protocol, procedural statements I will make. First of all, you can be receiving this on the Town of Yountville website, townofyountville.com. We now have a direct link to our meetings. So you probably don't need that today because you're already watching us somehow, somewhere. But this special meeting of the Town Council is being held pursuant to Government Code Section 54953B related to teleconferencing of meetings. In addition, this meeting format is pursuant to the Governor's proclamation of a state emergency and executive orders where certain sections of the Brown Act relating to teleconference meetings have been waived. The town manager is present in his office. I am present in the council chambers, and Vice Mayor Dorman and council members Moeller, Dornbecker, and Durham, along with staff, are participating remotely by video and audio in conformance with the governor's executive order. I will now ask the town clerk, Michelle, to conduct roll and ask each member of the town council to respond to the questions of, are you able to hear the proceedings? And do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting? Michelle.
Mayor, I would like to know if anyone's receiving the double feedback that I'm receiving right now. No feedback.
No.
Padraig, I need your help with that. I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Do you have a second device where the audio might be playing, Michelle?
No, I have the video on my laptop and the meeting. So the video is running on YouTube. So I'm hearing both and getting huge amounts of feedback.
Yeah, you'll have to close one.
Sam, I can't close it. If
it should stream. Are you in the live meeting? So you shouldn't have to have YouTube open as well.
All right, hopefully the video is still going. I closed it and I'm gonna try again now that I'm not hearing myself repeat myself 4 times. Okay, roll call, please. Councilmember Dornbecker. Thank you.
You're muted, Councilmember Dornbecker.
I'm trying to unmute and I'm unable to. We'll come back to you, Councilmember Dornbecker. Councilmember Durham.
Here.
Councilmember Moeller.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman.
Here, yes and yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Dunbar.
Here, and we just need to confirm, we didn't get answers from everyone about hearing the proceedings and having a copy of the agenda.
Yes and yes.
Confirm that. So Councilmember Durham confirmed, Councilmember Moeller confirmed, Vice Mayor confirmed, and we need Councilmember Dornbecker to hopefully get her audio working.
Yes.
Yes to all.
There you are. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam.
Let the record reflect that all council members have indicated they are able to hear and have the agenda. In general, members of the public may provide public comment, and we have a long list of successful entries via our public comment at wyville.com, as well as individually, I believe some were sent to individual council members. Before we proceed with the agenda, I'd like our viewers to know that any vote taken during this teleconference portion of the meeting will be taken by a roll call vote led by the town clerk. In addition, public hearing, administrative, regular agenda items that have representatives that are not staff will provide presentations as they would during a typical council meeting held in the council chambers and will be called upon to speak during their agenda item. I believe we have one statement or presentation that may be read into the record if the presenter is unavailable. We'll deal with that when we get to that part of the meeting. So that takes care of our protocols and our roll call. Please join in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could face the nearest flag to you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everyone. Next up, we have the adoption of our agenda. I do not believe we have anything to correct, so is there a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
So
Steve,
moved.
before
Second.
motion, hold on. Steve is waving from his office.
Mayor and
Yes, I
Council.
could.
Steve, go ahead.
Unfortunately, the item under the informational item, financial report, is in error. That will be at the next council meeting.
Can you identify it by
Agenda
number?
item 11A will not be heard tonight. It is scheduled for October 20th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With that one correction, is there a motion? Did I hear Vice Mayor? Is that a motion to adopt the amended agenda?
Yes, I think it was Councilmember Moeller.
Yes,
Okay,
I made the motion.
Councilmember Moeller
And I
moved
second.
to adopt the amended motion. Vice Mayor Dorman seconded. Roll call vote, please, Michelle.
Thank you. Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember Durham,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes,
Thank you.
that passes unanimously. We have no proclamations or recognitions today. We will move ahead to public comment on matters not listed on our agenda. We do have 3 that I have on my list that the town clerk will read into the record. This is the section public comment on items not on the agenda. For folks that might be watching that have submitted public comment on other items, we will be getting to those when the time is appropriate. So Michelle.
Thank you, Mayor. The first public comment is from Dawn Cohn. She says, while walking my dog through Yountville Park this morning, I couldn't help but hear the following lyrics on repeat in my head. They took all the trees and put them in a tree museum, and they charged the people $1.50 to see them. No, 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 don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. She also sent in a photo, which we are unable to display, but it has been distributed to council and staff. The second public comment is from Kathleen Brannon, same subject. As I walked with my dogs this morning around Yountville Park, I have no feelings other than great sadness and tears in my eyes as I gather fallen leaves and branches and sawdust to remember what once was. To quote Joni Mitchell, they paved paradise and put up a parking lot with a pink hotel, a boutique, and a swinging hotspot. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They've paved paradise and put up a parking lot. They took all the trees and put them in a tree museum, and they charged the people $1.50 to see them. No, 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 don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They've paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Again, from Kathleen Brennan. And the last public comment is from Michael Bork, same topic. I wonder how many of you have taken a walk by the Yountville Park to experience the loss of the trees. For parking, Kathy cried. I should have. All for parking, all for a few extra bucks in the town's coffers, and so a few won't have to walk too far to eat and drink. We should all feel shame about this. This needs to stop. I think I'm allowed 3 minutes of public comment. I wish I could make you spend the next 2 minutes in silence. Then you can move and call it progress. Thank you, Michael Bork. And that concludes public comments, and I don't see any more on my iPad at the moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will move on to our consent calendar. As I said at the top of the meeting, I am going to pull item 7A to learn some more details. So with that, is there a motion to accept items 7B and 7C on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
I think I heard it correctly this time. Councilmember Moeller moved, seconded by Vice Mayor Dorman. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember Durham,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. So items 7B and C are adopted. 7A, I asked and received a response from Julie Badia giving some information about the financial impacts of item 7A, which is resolution number 20-4015, approving 401A plans with ICMA-RC and Nationwide Retirement Solutions. And so Julie is on the meeting. If you could explain, an email was sent to the entire council prior to the meeting, but I wanted to just have the explanation for the question about financial impact to the town budget on this item. And Julie has provided that data. So Julie, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The financial impacts regarding this for implementing a 401A plan is minimal. So currently, we budget the full 7% deferred compensation match that is as outlined in our memorandum of understanding. With the current structure, employees that actually are higher wage earners are not actually able to take advantage of the full 7% contribution due to the IRS maximum amounts set that are put in place. So with that said, we are, in order for people to not go over the IRS maximum, we therefore have to do it's a 50-50 match for higher wage earners versus an actual 7% match, because if they were to receive the actual match, because it's an equal contribution between the employer and the employee, it would throw them over the IRS maximum. So therefore, they are not getting the full benefit of this contribution. By implementing the 401A plan, it will then give them the option to put 7% in one plan, their contribution, and then perhaps 7% in another plan. But they would then be able to get the full maximum contributions without any tax penalties. Therefore, receiving the same benefit as everybody else is, because the salaries tend to sort of put them at a disadvantage if we don't do this. They are not getting it. There is no financial impact other than a $1,000 per year annual administrative fee for ICMA only. Nationwide does not have that fee. All of the fees associated with the plan are absorbed by the employee accounts. Just to give you a snapshot of the 2019 and 20 budget, we budgeted $237,703 for that. But we actually only spent $189,000 of that because there are people that aren't able to take the full advantage of the 7% match. And therefore we are saving money in that sense. So there will be no further percentages allocated to any employees. It's not a new benefit. It is just giving another option to put away for retirement, giving employees the full benefit. I don't know if that answers your questions. I'm hoping. I'm happy to answer anything else.
Yeah, thank you. I see a question from Vice Mayor Dorman.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. So your, I think the staff report said the IRS maximum for an older wage earner is $26,500, right?
Yes.
So
it's actually 26,000.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. Yes.
That's all right. So if there are two plans, will this make it possible for one of our higher wage earners to defer 26 in one plan and 26 in another? So they're deferring 52?
It can give them that option, but just to be clear, the town's only going to contribute 7%, what is already allocated. If the employee chooses to go above and beyond that, that is their decision. That would give them the option to fully maximize, but it's not going to cost the town anymore.
Okay, so when you said they would put 7% in one plan and 7% in another, you meant the employee, not the town. The town would just put 7%.
I apologize.
No. I
Yes,
just wanted to
ma'am.
get clear. And
Yeah.
so the 273 is what we budget,
Mhm.
and
That's
we've been
what,
spending-
okay, just so you know, this was for 1920. It's too early in
Okay.
this fiscal year, so I used last year.
Right. So we're
Yes.
looking at about $84,000 that likely or may not won't come back into our distributable fund balance at the end of the year. So we budget for it. Employees may or may not use it. 84,000 may not come back, or 20,000 may not come back. It's just who
Right.
wants to use it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I think the important thing to note is that we are very conservative in our budgeting. So we assume that everybody participates, recognizing for personal reasons and whatever, not everybody does. But from that standpoint, there won't be an additional cost or impact to the budget.
No.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Did we receive any public comment on this, Michelle?
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. So I will go ahead and entertain a motion to adopt this resolution in item 7A.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Moeller, motion, second. Councilmember Durham, roll call, please, Michelle.
Thank you. Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Councilmember Durham,
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Julie, for the additional information.
Absolutely.
Moving on to item 8A, it's listed under presentation. This is a statement, I believe, that was submitted representing a local landscaper and others that are in opposition to a proposed gas leaf blower ban. I don't believe the presenter is available. So Steve, are you reading a statement into the record?
I will give an overview of the circumstances first so we understand exactly what we have, and then Michelle has the information that was presented. This situation is slightly unique, but back in early 2020, Mr. John Bonzi, a local landscaper, provided public comment at a meeting concerning the then newly discussed proposed gas leaf blower ban that the council had heard in late 2019. At that time, he requested the town council provide him and others that may be opposed to the proposed gas leaf blower ban an equal amount of time to present their side of the story and their point of view regarding the potential impact of such a proposed ban. That presentation, as you may all recall, was scheduled for the town council meeting of March 18, 2020, which was canceled at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. Ultimately, the town council has moved after several meeting cancellations to a Zoom format, and it's now been 6 months, and the town council is resuming activities which were earlier postponed, including discussion on the proposed gas leaf blower ban. At this time, Mr. Bonzi and his representative, or associate Anna Hickey, have requested a continuance or a delay on this item, and that information will be read. We also have a considerable voice that has suggested that the town has had enough time and they don't want to see a continuation on this. This is clearly one of those where there are people on both sides of the position in terms of whether a delay should go on or not. But this particular item is focusing on the information that has been presented by Anna and Mr. Bonzi. So I'll turn it over to Michelle to read the information into the record.
And before you do that, Michelle, I want to make clear this is separate from the next item, which is the actual public hearing on the ordinance. So this is purely a presentation that is similar to the one that was provided members of the community that spoke in favor of banning gas-powered leaf blowers. We are giving equal opportunity, albeit delayed based on the conditions Steve just described, So this is a statement / presentation. This is not the public comment and the ordinance discussion itself. That will be the next item. So with that context, Michelle, if you would please read what was presented.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have 3 separate items that I'll be reading. The first one is a cover letter. The second item is entitled Defending the Working Class of Yountville. And the third item is entitled Compromises Rather Than Outright Bans. So I will start with.
Sorry, before you get started, I also want to make clear there will not be the 3-minute public comment limit because this is a presentation. The proponents were given, I think it was at least 10, if not 15 minutes time to present. So we are giving up to that equal amount of time here. So in case somebody's wondering why you may be going past 3 minutes, it's appropriate as a presentation. Again, when we get into the next item, the public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. So go ahead, Michelle.
All right, thank you, Mayor. On behalf of John Bonzi Landscape and Maintenance and all other small landscape companies, I would ask you to consider tabling the discussion on the leaf blower ban until we pass this current crisis. John also does not have a computer nor proper technology to join with Zoom. That is not your issue, but I wanted to share it on his behalf. Our community has and is experiencing back-to-back disasters. These issues have impacted us each in personal ways and continue to do so. Many of us are working long hours trying to keep our businesses going while simultaneously supporting our neighbors, many of whom are out of work, lost homes, need food support, bill pay support, temporary housing, and more. Speaking for myself, I have been helping to feed my neighbors up to 1,500 bi-weekly since the end of March and have had to deal with massive issues on my ranches. I am not saying this for pity, but as a reality that I know each of you and the town are dealing with too. It is exceedingly difficult for me to help my friend John with this issue. To be honest, speaking about blowers and lawnmowers right now is simply wrong and should not be an issue. This is not meant to dismiss or make light of an issue that is important to others in town. Watching people suffer impacts my perspective on this. If you are unable to postpone this conversation until we can meet in person or until the current difficulties are mitigated, we will have to deal with it. We appreciate your consideration, but understand you may move forward with this. Kind regards, Anna Hickey and John Bonzi. Now the next item is entitled Defending the Working Class of Yountville. The health and safety of the Yountville community is very important to us all, including the local landscaping companies. John Bonzi attended Yountville Elementary and has spent his entire life in this community. He grew up here, went to school here, and started a business here. The health and sustainability of this community is vital to people like John and everyone else running a small business. In this attempt to ban leaf blowers, only one side presented their take on why they believe this action should be taken. The environment is a compelling argument, however. To single out one piece of equipment used by the working class will not solve the environmental issues of the globe. In fact, if those on the council and the mayor would set a moral standard on the environment, the arguments presented would be much more valid. We and they should all commit to not using any gas-powered mode of transportation, piece of equipment, or any fossil fuel whatsoever. This means their cars, trucks, airplane trips, cruises, or any of their own personal yard tools. If they are not willing to do so, then this ordinance is an arbitrary attack on the working class of our community. On the matter of environmental issues, we have a long way to go as an entire community, and we should not be targeting the working class of our community to be the only ones to have to solve this. In fact, it looks as those of the upper class are expecting to be exempted from responsibility to the environment. The comments made from those seeking to ban the blowers seem to use the noise disturbance and the impacts to the tourists visiting the town as a primary motivator. A list of communities that have bans or partial bans on blowers was given. Those included Carmel, Del Mar, Encinitas, Beverly Hills, and Laguna Hills, to name a few. Do you notice something about these listed communities? They are not forward thinking, they are very wealthy. Yountville, at its current status, would fit into this category nicely. Is it possible that when communities become extremely wealthy, the comfort of those enjoying their morning lattes outweigh those working people trying to make a living? Let's remember Yountville has become a community of second or vacation homes. Some of us were born here, work here, live here, and will die here. Please do not discount the loyalty of those that clean your yards, houses, work in the vineyards, drive tractors, work in local stores, restaurants, and Uber you around. These people are what make up a real community. They are the ones who make it possible for the many services people enjoy. In this matter, they are the ones who make sure the town of Yountville looks pristine and does not become a blight. This matter of noise stress was cited as very concerning. Consider that while the noise may cause some stress, the economic impact of losing your living is a far greater stress. It is possibly a larger burden to the public when one is unable to make a living. The community members concerned with this issue could have band together resources, researched those working as landscapers in Yountville community, and offered to replace their equipment. This would have been forward thinking. As it stands, battery operated equipment has not kept up with the changing times and is not up to snuff to replace the gas powered blowers of today. Much research and work should be done to be able to better offer equipment that will be environmentally friendly and do the job. The economic impact to people like John Bonzi is an unacceptable, unintended consequence of passing an ordinance for our own personal comfort and environmental conscience. These mid to lower class, mostly immigrant members of our community need to be considered and cared for. Here are some forward-thinking ideas that might help the noise issues and be a combined effort to love our earth and those that must work for a living. Let's start with a time frame for the use, perhaps 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. A statement was made that implied that there were nonstop blowers going in town. A compromise of limited use would be much more socially conscientious. There are 168 hours in a week. We seek only 30 hours of use a week, thus leaving 138 hours of blower-free peace. Those working as landscapers in town limits could be asked to sign a use agreement, agreeing to the limited hours, not blowing debris into neighbors' yards, turning off the blower if someone is walking past, etc. It was brought up that only John Bonzi stepped forward to defend landscapers and their businesses. The real reason for this is perceived racism and classism. Frankly, there are many that are just too afraid to have a voice. The Yountville that I grew up in would have had open dialogue and would have not tried to create an arbitrary law targeting working class, immigrant workers, those on a lower socioeconomic level, or an industry comprised mainly of Hispanic workers. The committee that formed to ban the blower could combine and seek out influential members of our community to adopt a landscaper. They could help in the replacement of equipment they do not like without an ordinance or tax on the community for subsidies. They could also form a coalition of people to advance the technology of battery operated tools. They could sign commitments to the environment by giving up their personal luxuries, thus standing shoulder to shoulder with those they are asking to give up tools. We're all in this together and should work together on social justices issues such as this. We should not arbitrarily single out a piece of equipment or a business without looking at the entire picture. If we do, we are solving nothing in the long run. Let's show compassion and concern for our people while trying to do better for all. This method may take longer, but in the end, the results will be forever. Remember, if people can arbitrarily target, none of you will be safe in your livelihoods. Anna Hickey and John Bonzi. And then there's an author statement Anna Hickey is the 5th generation of the Rogers family. The Rogers family is a 100+ year Napa farming family. They are members of Napa Valley Growers, Napa Valley Farm Bureau, contribute to Future Farmers of America, Local 4-H, are fish friendly, certified, and they contribute to the study of grapevine health. Most importantly, the Rogers family farm with sustainability as the center of their mission. The Rogers put 422 acres of diverse oak woodland into permanent conservation with 0 tax benefit. Anna and John Bonzi were both born and raised in Yountville and attended Yountville Elementary. John has worked on and taken care of the ranch for many years. John Bonzi is a local entrepreneur who loves his community, wishes to be able to run a business and contribute to the beautification of his community. That concludes that item. Now we're moving on to the document entitled Compromises Rather Than Outright Bans. There is an exerted effort that has singled out the blower as a target for banning. We all want a healthy environment. There is controversy in the science. Depending on the study, we can match science against science and get nowhere. How can we pick and choose which piece of equipment society has deemed an issue without banning all gas-powered equipment, cars, plane travel, etc.? Every time one jumps on an airplane, you have done more damage than John Bonzi and other landscapers do in a year or more of using a blower. We can all play the science game and take what we think supports our own cases or personal agendas. So why the blower first? Let us all stop all travel, airplanes and cars alike. Where does this all end? The blower sound is really at issue with most, more so than the environment. Yountville was a town of families, friends, and farmers. I still have old maps that label our towns as ranchos. This is because Rancho Napa, Rancho Yountville were farming communities, communities of those willing to work hard. This involved equipment. In the not so distant past, if you bought into any development in Napa County, you would have to sign an acknowledgement that you were purchasing a home in a farming community, acknowledging there would be dust, tractors, the sounds and smells of farming, and more. Napa County used to care and love its farming and working culture. We all had the pleasure of farming and working in one of the most beautiful places in the world. Our community now farms a product that the elite love. They love to come here, have glasses of wine while looking out over our beautiful vineyards. To us, the vineyards represent generations of work. The wealth began to flood our rancho. Housing and property values kept rising, and the middle class began to be forced out. As a child, I would walk to school, even in the first grade, spend long summer days running around town with my friends, roller skate to the veterans' home pool, swim till it closed, and skate home before dark. There were little league teams, sometimes 2 per age group, a school full of children. Neighbors all knew one another, and there was true sense of community and with it compromise. Yountville seems to be losing its heart, its children, the quote, real and community. My youngest expresses his loneliness as he asks, where are the other kids? Where are the other families? They have been replaced by those of means, those retiring and wanting our natural beauty, elites that can afford to buy into our beautiful hometown. Many still seek to be a part of a beautiful community. There are incredibly good people that call Yountville home that mean well. We must realize that every act, ban, or law has an impact on someone else. Let us take a deeper look at the impacts our ideas have on others. We all have different tolerance levels for different things. The sound of a blower bothering one person should not outweigh the need a person trying to make a living. If we believe deeply in something, let us seek viable ways to move forward for all. Let us work together. Let us have patience as we seek real solutions that consider all in the community while healing our planet. And goes on to say, before an outright ban, can we, 1, reduce hours used to Monday through Friday, 9 to 3 p.m., reduce leaf blower decibels or more ideal decibel boundaries on the purchase of new equipment. 3, coincide usage with spare the air days. In other words, no use on spare the air days. 4, have landscapers sign acknowledgements of proper use, including not pushing topsoil, blowing into other properties, only using when totally necessary, using on difficult fall or winter days, but not light work, turn off blower if a pedestrian walks by, do not use on spare the air days. 5, a policy letting the landscaper have discretion using gas blowers on difficult fall or winter days, using the less effective battery operated blowers for lighter, summer, or small issues. 6, offer buyback programs. 7, individuals can adopt a landscaper and help replace equipment. In parentheses, if you do not like blowers, walk the walk and help your neighbor make your life better. Close paren. Number 8, if we must ban, start with homeowners and the town. Ban blowers for homeowners and the town, not landscapers. This should or could be a small step and a personal statement that we each can make a difference. In parentheses, this will help to reduce gas blowers without killing these small business people. After some time, concrete paths to switching over and of equipment that will do the job can be laid out for these small business people. It could be a place to start to pace and observe effectiveness. In the case of the town, I believe they are already moving in that direction, but should completely shift all equipment to battery and electric. This should include more than just blowers. In the town's case, a feasibility should be done for the sake of the taxpayers and manageable costs. Close paren. Number 8, form a committee to advance the technology of electric tools, making them viable for commercial use. If we are prepared to ban an instrument, how much study has been done to ensure that battery operated or electric options are able to handle commercial use? Is there a feasibility study on the cost, use, and increased man hours necessary? In running a business, one must justify and do a feasibility on any new equipment, use, and impact to shareholders or partners. In this case, the government should do the same for town taxpayers and impacted business owners. In parentheses, battery operated and electric tools may make sense for small yards, private usage. Imagine commercial usage and your battery not making it more than 20 minutes. Off the record, those using tools purchased at a high expense have stated they are not as effective, often leading to many more hours of labor costs. This is on top of the high cost of original purchase. So that concludes the comments from Anna Hickey and Mr. John Bozzi. They also provided an example from Culver City on their proposed ban and what is happening there. Mayor, we do have one public comment on this presentation item that's separate from Mr. Bozzi and Anna Hickey, and that's from Pam Reeves. Would you like me to read that yet?
Yes, please.
Thank you. This email is from Pam Reeves. Mayor and council members, this discussion has turned into a long saga, and it appears that we are still not there yet. The discussion at the council level has been going on for a year now. The Ban Gas Leaf Blowers group presented a very convincing argument for the ban, including immediate health and safety, aesthetic, acoustic, and climate change implications. They also submitted a petition calling for the ban with over 200 signatures from like-minded residents. There was opposition by one landscaper who requested equal time to express his points. Though that meeting was scheduled and canceled in March due to COVID-19, Mr. Bonzi, the landscaper, is requesting an unspecified postponement of any discussion at this time because of hardship. The crux of his hardship is that he has been busy and has little or no access to a computer. I really think that in this last year, if this matter were so important to him, he would have figured out a way to prepare for his opportunity to address the council. This is not just an economic issue or a noise issue, as Mr. Bonzi has insisted. This is a health and safety issue and a global climate issue. We cannot afford the negative impacts on our environment and health to drag on any longer. The community has petitioned the council to take action, and we will call on you to fulfill your duty to protect the residents and to move forward and make a difference for the planet. Please do not grant any more delays in this matter. It is too important to us all. The ban on gas leaf blowers will bring about community-wide benefits for health and enjoyment of our surroundings. Pam Reeves. And that concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you very much. A reminder, additional public comments were submitted for the public hearing as following this item. This is an informational presentation. Are there any specific questions or comments from the council before we move on to the next item? I do first want to thank Mr. Bonzi and Ms. Hickey for the research and the presentation that they did provide. It's unfortunate they're not able to provide that in person, but we heard previously in previous council meetings from them live, certainly from Mr. Bonzi, and so his position has, I think, been fairly and accurately conveyed, again, in their multiple presentations today. So questions or comments on this particular presentation from the council? If not, we can move on to the consideration of the ordinance itself. And I did want to recognize, I believe we have those same statements that are going to be included. Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe those attachments were also included in the next item, the public hearing. So they will be a part of that record as well.
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any blue hands. So I want to, Councilmember Dornbecker, are you trying to unmute yourself? Now you seem to be frozen. Are you, there you're back. Did you have a comment, council member?
No, I'm just having internet connection problems, the connectivity. Sorry.
Yeah, there seems to be some trouble there. Okay, no comment. So again, thank you to Ms. Hickey, Mr. Bonzi for the presentation. We'll move on now to item 9A, which is our public hearing on this topic. It is for a municipal code amendment to introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance number 20-498, adding chapter 8.07 of Title 8, Health and Safety of the Yountville Municipal Code regarding the use of leaf blowers. So we'll start off with a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. As already earlier discussed, in October, the council received a presentation from a variety of local residents who submitted a petition with over 200 signatures regarding and requesting the council consider a proposed gas leaf blower ban. Consideration of implementing a gas engine leaf blower ban was also one of the potential mitigation measures included in the town council's adopted 2016 climate action plan and in the recently adopted 2019 Envision Yountville general plan update. As alluded to in some of the comments, it is true that the town's public work department has been heavily researching the state of battery and electric powered leaf blowers and has in fact purchased those and is using them in the maintenance of public facilities and parks. Our folks would tell you that they believe that the blowers are significantly quieter, but they may not be quite as effective in their opinion in terms of power as were the gas. But nonetheless, we have had a level of success with the battery and electric leaf blowers. The December 3rd, 2019 version of the proposed ordinance focused on amending the nuisance chapter of the town's municipal code. That language included the following: a prohibition of the use of any leaf blower or other portable machine powered by electricity between the hours of 9 p.m. and 9 a.m., and a requirement that any leaves, dirt, debris, etc. should not be blown onto adjoining property, and that any leaves, dirt, debris, etc. must be removed and disposed of within 2 hours. At that meeting, the council provided feedback and did not approve the proposed draft ordinance and asked for additional consideration focusing on the following actions by staff. And this is what was proposed to bring back in March. The council requested, one, a need to simplify the ordinance language, evaluating if the provisions are better included in the nuisance ordinance or as a standalone code section. And they expressed uncertainty about the catch-all provision. They had no interest at that point in time in including a requirement for mandatory use of a leaf blower vacuum. And they were interested in a potentially longer-term implementation effective date, such as July 1, 2021 or January 1, 2022. Interest in the town providing financial assistance to individual homeowners and town licensed landscapers and businesses through a one-time rebate or other grant program. The town council expressed that support during the budget parameters could be discussed and noted that ultimately this program would need to come back and be funded. They also expressed strong interest in an education and outreach program in both Spanish and English, and we would have to utilize our local residents who employ their landscapers as part of that outreach. We've also just recently heard the discussion and the items shared by Mr. Bonzi and Anita Hickey regarding asking for time. The concerns expressed by those opposed included the financial impact of replacing equipment that is still servable, their belief that gas leaf blowers are more powerful and efficient as compared to electric battery, potential that there would be increased labor time to do the current level of yard work, and that could potentially result in increased costs that they would charge their clients. And then a note that managing customer expectations as results will be different. More importantly, during this time period, we've also learned that the California Air Resources Board, CARB, has publicly announced that it has begun discussions about the possible banning of not only gas leaf blowers, but also all small gas-powered lawn equipment, including blowers and handheld mowers. According to the Bay Area Air Resource District, there is no immediate timetable for when those regulations may be forthcoming. Also, staff has confirmed that at this time, our local air district does not have funding for a local rebate program. So tonight, before you, based on the earlier feedback, the town council is presented with a revised, simpler ordinance, adding a new chapter regarding leaf blowers rather than incorporating leaf blower use into the nuisance ordinance section. The new ordinance would, one, make it a violation to operate a gas-powered leaf blower and make it a violation to operate a electric or battery, or excuse me, to operate a leaf blower in a manner that results in leaves, dirt, debris, or other materials being blown or deposited on any other parcel, land, lot, or public right-of-way. In addition, the proposed new ordinance includes the following language regarding the town's interest in creating a rebate program and public education program. The town staff shall develop a rebate program for those persons or businesses purchasing a leaf blower powered by electricity, and I should add, or battery, to comply with this ordinance. The rebate program shall be approved by the town council prior to the implementation date or effective date of the ordinance. The town staff shall establish a public education campaign regarding this ordinance, including notice to leaf blower users or operators of its provisions, means of compliance, and penalties for non-compliance. If approved by the town council, the town would develop a number of education outreach efforts, including social media postings on Nextdoor and Facebook, press releases to Yountville Sun and Napa Valley Register, information posted on the town's website, e-notifier list distribution, a residential mailer to property owners and businesses in both English and Spanish, and probably, I will footnote here, it probably will require several resident mailers, just as I want to manage expectations. It's not like everything's, we're going to have to educate people. And then we had anticipated a workshop to show local vendors the current battery electric powered devices and discuss the rebate program. So that's where we're at this point in time. The town attorney is better positioned to talk about the structure of the ordinance language. I will point out that this is subject to the town's general violation structure, which would include fines in the 100, 200, and 500 range as a violation. So with that, that is the informational report with regard to the ordinance at this point. So it's anticipated that if the council wants to move forward and does such adopt, then we would bring back the rebate program. You have a fair amount of attachments, including the December 3rd ordinance, the proposed ordinance, the actual petition that was submitted to ban gas leaf blowers, a letter from the proponents PowerPoint presentation, and as Mayor Dunbar mentioned, also all of the information supported are provided by Mr. Bonzi and Anna Hickey are also included. And then there's also, and I will point out that this is simply a illustrative or sample of what a rebate program or application could be, just to show you that staff has done some research and there is a program that we could put together, and obviously more effort and staff time will be spent on that if this is the direction that the council wishes to go. With that, I'm available along with Town Attorney Gary Bell to answer any questions you may have on the proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Steve. Before I open the public hearing, I wanted to ask if the council has any specific questions of the staff report, either given by Steve or that can be followed up by Gary. Vice Mayor Dorman.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. The rebate program, do I understand correctly that the details of that are not before us tonight? It's simply whether or not we want to have one.
Well, that is correct. The details are not there. The proposed ordinance does include language requiring us to bring back a program.
Okay, thank you. And then I think the rest of my questions are probably for the town attorney. Town manager mentioned in the resolution, section 4, that we need to add electric to battery powered, and that we could use the word effective date rather than implementation. Do you see a problem with those two things, Mr. Bell?
I'm looking at section 4 of the
resolution.
And what are the words that you are proposing to add?
When it's the second line, when it says powered by electricity, to add or battery.
Sure.
Because we are going to allow those. And then the fourth line, first word is implementation, to change implementation to effective date, to make it clear that we want to approve the rebate program prior to this taking effect.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think the only difference between implementation and effective date is the effective date is when everyone has to follow it, and the town might be implementing it beforehand through public education and other things. So
okay, so you would say leave it at implementation.
I think that allows town staff to do it a little bit before when it would take effect.
Perfect, thank you. Then on the ordinance itself, would it do any violence to the ordinance under 8.07.020 to collapse A and B? Don't change any of the language, but just make it really clear that notwithstanding, it doesn't matter what A says, notwithstanding the preceding, it's okay, it's not a violation if you use a battery powered or electric leaf blower. Could we do that?
Absolutely. I would recommend adding the words notwithstanding the foregoing, comma, and subdivision B, if that's what the council chooses.
Thank you. And then the fine amounts, who would pay those? Are the resident or the landscaper?
It would depend on who is issued the fine, and either one could be.
So the landscaper could be out blowing, the resident could be away from home, and the resident could get the fine?
Correct. Or the
Essentially, because
or
Go ahead, Gary.
the answer to that is yes. So under the administrative enforcement chapter 8.05, any responsible party can be issued a citation. Now, town staff, as I understand it, usually issues them to the person who's culpable or is allowing it to happen. But the way that's structured, a citation could be issued to either of those parties that you just mentioned, or both.
And if we thought the fine amounts were too high, if we wanted to start at 100 and then 150, is that allowable or not?
It is allowable, but you would need to spell it out specifically just for this chapter, and it wouldn't apply elsewhere.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mayor.
Steve, did you have a further comment, or did Gary cover that?
it was covered. I was just going to say again, our education approach philosophy would govern this, but ultimately the property owner is the one that hires the landscape contractor, so that they do have a relationship with that, and that's why a lot of our education outreach is going to go to both, to make sure that the homeowner shares, or the business is responsible for making sure that the people doing work on their property are in compliance with the town's ordinance.
If a contractor is using a electric saw on someone's property outside of hours, or otherwise in a prohibited manner, is the fine given to the property owner or the commercial operator?
It's actually, that's a great question, and it's the same answer in the same scenario. In most cases, we're going to go with the person doing the work, but in some cases, we've come to learn that they were directed by the property owner regardless of the condition. So again, that's where we would start. Our first effort, generally would be to educate. What I would see happening is we would be sending a letter to the property owner at XYZ telling them their landscaper has been observed in violation. Could they please address that? Here's education outreach efforts before a fine would be levied. So I do want to, that's the effort that we would put into trying to manage that.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. Councilmember Dornbecker.
Yes, I'm having real issues with my internet at the moment, so I'm going to speak quickly. But I missed the part about the financial support that we were going to offer, Steve. If you could please give me another, if you could let me know what is that plan for that, and have we designated an amount to put aside for that, and things like that, please.
No, I'll answer that very quickly. As Steve alluded to it, there has not been a specific dollar amount assigned yet. We would be committing to putting a subsidy program in place.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Any additional questions before I open the public hearing? Seeing no other questions, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And I know that we have a list of public comments that have been sent in by email. Michelle, can we just reference the presentation contents that were already submitted by Mr. Bonzi and Ms. Hickey, and consider those entered into this item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I know we have a series of letters in support of the ordinance, and I think you and Samantha are going to work on reading them. We have about a dozen, and so we will go through them just one by one. Each has up to 3 minutes of your reading time. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I will start with a comment from Holly Hansen. I support this ban on leaf blowers and the transition to electric equipment. Since gas-powered blowers were discouraged for use during the poor air quality periods we have encountered recently, that seems to support the science showing that these machines are hazardous for the health of the community. This is both a matter of health for people and our planet, as well as noise. That was from Holly Hansen. The next comment was submitted anonymously, handwritten comment to Town Hall. To whom it may concern, can someone in the office please something the week and hear drive around during the week and hear all the noise blowers going all times during the day up to and after 6 p.m. sometimes. Also the construction at both ends of Washington Park compounds, the blower noise. We are all, or most of us, working out of our homes now, and it's so very frustrating to watch a gardener blow for an hour or more leisurely at one location. The area across from Forester with the multiple home development on the corner across of Forester has 6 homes, affordable income area. The gardener comes on Tuesdays and blows for sometimes an hour straight or more. We are a small town community, which is why many of us bought our property here. Please consider taking care of us, as it seems so out of hand in terms of noise. Thank you very much. The next comment is from Penny Proto, and that comment says, "Hi, Steve and Michelle. They're including this. We are asking you to have included in the staff report the following bullet points." Steve, did we include those bullet points in the staff report, or should I read them? Read them. Okay, thank you. Gas-powered leaf, and this is from Penny Proto, Janet Claire Gotch, Mariko Shigo, Doylene Marchbanks, Sherry Brightingham, and my apologies if I did not pronounce your names correctly. Gas-powered leaf blowers come with high cost to our health, hearing, environment, and the enjoyment of benefits of living in and visiting our beautiful town. Battery-powered and electric leaf blowers versus gas-powered leaf blowers. Asterisk, quieter can be as low as 56 to 65 decibels versus 102 to 115, which can cause hearing damage to the operator, particularly if that is their job. Second asterisk, cleaner air, 0 fossil fuel emissions for operator versus ozone, carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, hydrocarbons, as well as particulate and other toxic air pollutants. A single commercial gas-powered leaf blower can produce 30 million micrograms of particulate air pollution every hour of use. Next asterisk, COVID-19. Landscape workers face disproportionate risk due to gas-powered lawn equipment usage. Harvard study. Next asterisk, lighter weight, as light as 5 pounds versus 10 pounds. Next asterisk, less expensive. Battery, $40 to $300, corded, $30 to $110 versus gas-powered leaf blowers, $90 to $480 plus gasoline and oil. Next asterisk is at least 60 California jurisdictions have some sort of ban on leaf blowers, and nationally over 100 have a ban. The next comment is from Carrie Hayes. Hello, town staff and council. I am writing to share a concern and to try and learn about the decision-making processes that went into funding the pickleball sound barrier, yet no funding, yet anyway, for financial support for electric leaf blowers for landscaping businesses. Here's what I'm thinking. I understand the town spent over $30,000 on a structure that benefits a small percentage of town residents. The town hasn't spent money in parens that I know of on the purchase of in parens or some contributions to electric leaf blowers for the landscaping businesses who work in town. The town could purchase for the same $30,000, 75 of the top rated, most powerful cordless electric leaf blowers that would be consistent with the 2011-16 town strategic plan, quoted below in green, benefit all town residents, reduce the negative impact on lungs and hearing of the landscapers and others who are nearby during use, reduce the tremendous negative environmental impact two-stroke engines have on not just Yountville, but, and without exaggeration, the world, support the landscapers by addressing their cost concerns. Given that my question to council and staff, what was the decision-making process and reasoning that went into funding $30,000 for the sound barrier while not allocating funding yet at least, to replace gas powered blowers. For the town to make decisions consistent with town strategic plans, it seems the pickleball sound barrier may be consistent, though I'd say not the best use of funds given it hasn't made funding for electric leaf blowers. Yes, I know that gas powered blowers aren't as strong as electric. All of us, landscapers included, need to make changes to how we live and work if we want our planet to survive. What are your reactions, questions, and comments to my thoughts and questions? It would be great if I could hear back from someone. Public comment doesn't foster two-way communication, and so weighing in isn't terribly satisfying, in parens, for me anyway, nor does it encourage community engagement. She goes on to reference strategic plan experts, and this is from the 2017 planning work, and it's for the 2017-2020 strategic plan. Premier destination, the town values its rich history, natural environment, culinary excellence, arts and culture, and distinguished businesses that make our home a premier destination. And then from the 2011-16 strategic plan, protecting community health and safety. The town council understands it has a responsibility to provide for and promote a healthy and safe community. The town council and management team will address this through the following initiatives: provide functional and safe town facilities. This includes the need to address seismic safety issues at town hall, which is not reinforced and poses a life safety hazard to town employees and the public using the facility. Promote community preservation and prevent nuisances through increased code enforcement, environmental strategies, and community education. Promote community and personal health through the parks and recreation programs and partnerships. Provide for a high state of preparedness for disasters and emergencies. Maintain the level of the town's contracted public safety programs for law enforcement and fire and EMS services. Those comments were from Carrie Hayes. The next is from Michael Bork. To the council, I would like to express my support for an immediate ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. The argument against a transition to electric blowers has primarily focused on the cost of new equipment. Improvements in technology often require an initial investment, but the cost, when borne across all service providers, maintains an even playing field. No one landscaper can avoid the cost, so no pricing advantage is created. The pollution created by gas-powered blowers is well established. I'm not aware of any credible argument against that conclusion. There are more good arguments against any use of leaf blowers, including the noise they make and, most notably, the health risks associated with the clouds of dust they produce. Let's start with the clear issue of pollution and require the transition to electric-powered blowers in Yountville. Thank you for listening, Michael Bork. The next public comment is from Chris Benz, Napa Climate Now, and it's also Dave Kearney Brown, Eric Murray, Lynn Baker. They are the steering committee of this group. To Yountville Town Council, Napa Climate Now would like to applaud the Town Council of Yountville for taking action to ban gas-powered leaf blowers in response to residents' concerns about the noise and pollutants generated by these machines. We also applaud your commitment to provide rebates to landscapers with a town business license to ensure that landscapers are able to finance the newly required equipment without hardship. In addition to improving the quality of life for your townspeople, this action will fulfill your climate action plans recommended community action 2 through 9 and achieve the estimated greenhouse gas reduction of 2 metric tons of CO2 each year. You will be set per year. You will be setting an example for the rest of Napa County's jurisdictions with this straightforward ordinance that incorporates education and support for local businesses. We support enacting the ordinance on the earliest date proposed to reduce the pollution from gas-powered blowers as soon as possible. We are now aware that fine particulate pollution, in parens, for example, from gas blowers and wildfires, increases the risk of death from COVID-19 infection. We may be forced to live with smoke from wildfires, but we won't have to battle pollutants from gas-powered blowers thanks to your action today. The next public comment is submitted by Margene and Paul Marciniak. To Town of Yountville council members, mayor, and staff, we would like to voice our support in the ban of any fossil-fueled equipment use by the town of Yountville when possible. We are living in a time of climate crisis. It is a danger to the environment and all living things on this planet, humans, animals, plant, and aquatic life. There are alternate energy sources available. Global warming is a real threat to all. Use of gasoline leaf blowers contributes to this problem of air pollution. We must wean ourselves from fossil fuels. The cost is short-term, but the consequences are long-term. Please be leaders in this fight for our planet's survival. Vote to ban gas-powered leaf blowers. The next public comment is from Sterling Stevens. Dear Mayor and council members, in response to the opposition regarding a gas-powered leaf blower ban in Yountville, as a landscape maintenance professional in Yountville and Napa, I would like to urge you to vote for the ban, and the sooner the better for landscapers, residents of Yountville, hotel and restaurant guests, and the environment. My business, Get Real Eco-Conscious Lawn Care, was started in Sonoma just prior to the passage of their leaf blower ban in 2016. All the tools I use are either human powered or battery powered, no fossil fuels used. My business continues to grow as there are many people who want quieter and cleaner options for their lawn and yard care. Our goal is to make neighborhoods quiet, clean, and green, one home at a time. The existing landscape and yard maintenance businesses think switching over to battery-powered tools will put them out of business. Not necessarily so. There will certainly be costs associated with the changeover, but I believe if the people of Yountville want this passed, the town could help mitigate the cost and therefore quell the opposition. Working together using options such as grants for businesses switching over, utilizing a short-term phased approach, and customers allowing landscape businesses to charge batteries at their homes would go a long way in making this an agreeable endeavor as opposed to a punitive action against landscapers. Thank you for taking the time to read this note. Sterling Stevens. Next public comment is from Pam Reeves. And Mayor and council member, I support action by the council to approve and adopt a gas leaf blower ban. The evidence is clear that the gas engine in these tools is the cause of significant pollution and harm to the environment and to people's health. With a ban, the council will be taking a significant step toward their goal of sustainable future for the town. We must take these kinds of incremental steps as often as we can to address threats to our environment. It is no longer an option to wait for someone else to fix things. We must all be responsible and start changing from the status quo to a new, clean future. Please make this ban with a fairly short transition period. We have lost significant time waiting for challengers to present their position. It is now time to move forward and make cleaner air a reality in Yountville. Good battery and electric machines are readily available at a reasonable price. If the town puts a nominal sum in a grant program fund, some initial objections to the cost of converting can be handled. Not all businesses will take advantage of the grant program, as equipment replacement is a usual expense in any business. But please do not hold up a ban because of a funding issue. This council has found the money for other needed projects, and this is one that deserves that same consideration. The idea of banning gas leaf blowers has been kicking around town for a long time now, with various statements of support emanating from the council. Banning gas leaf blowers has been a stated goal in several committee reports and is a mitigation proposed by our newly revamped general plan. So the question is why we would not proceed with a ban. That was from Pam Reeves. And then the last public comment is from Mark Annisman. It says, let's see, let me see if I get this right. Moving forward, it is difficult, and I appreciate the heartfelt sentiments of John Bonzi. Fear of change is an understandable human condition. Mr. Bonzi notes the deleterious environmental noise and air quality impact from gasoline-powered leaf blowers is significant and should be remedied. I heartily agree. In fact, many communities agree as well. The cities of Palo Alto and Los Angeles have banned residential use of gas-powered leaf blowers since 2000 and 1998, respectively. Illinois has a bill pending to ban gasoline-powered leaf blowers, and the District of Columbia has a ban that will come into effect in 2022. People are waking up to the problems with gas-powered leaf blowers. His argument for not urgently tackling this issue is a perceived negative economic impact. The landscaping profession is not being asked to disappear, but rather engage a technology that solves a serious problem. Mr. Bonzi would still have his profession, but one with different tools. I do empathize with Mr. Bonzi's worries, as transitions are bumpy even in the best of circumstances. Of course, it takes money to accomplish this shift, but the landscaping profession has not shown leadership in initiating this shift to safer technologies for over 20 years. It is not just to demand that others outside of this profession fix the problem when they have not made any efforts themselves. Ask not what your community can do for you. The past is gas-powered leaf blowers. The future is the cleaner technology that is already here. You cannot allow fear of the short-term negative impacts on livelihoods stop you from traveling on the best path for the common good, because these changes will happen anyway. It is incumbent on us to construct the ordinance with respect to all parties. We need to address this transition and soften the financial blow for folks in the landscaping trade. But change we must. This ordinance shall be one of multiple small steps we take as a community to mitigate the impending, potentially catastrophic degradation of our seemingly safe and secure Yountville enclave, and for our neighbors as well. The problem is that gasoline-powered leaf blowers are the problem. Other cities who continue to enjoy vibrant landscaping companies have shown us a path with better options. Let's follow their lead, and we can be leaders for other communities. Let's do it. Let's fall in love with less harmful technology. Ban gas-powered leaf blowers. Mark Annisman. That concludes our public comments.
I
Michelle,
think there was one from Denise Hughes that we may have missed. I have it pulled up if you'd like me to read it.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'm writing in support of tabling this item. To be fair to these businesses, they should be given the opportunity to be part of this discussion. Many do not have the means or ability to participate in virtual meetings. You are about to discuss an ordinance that will have significant financial impact on these small businesses. We are in the middle of a pandemic. Businesses are struggling to survive. Many people are unemployed, and our valley is dealing with an onslaught of wildfires. It seems like nearly a year ago since this topic was presented to the council. A lot has happened since then. I recommend that the item be tabled for at least 6 months. I support the idea of imposing time and/or other restrictions until this is brought back up for discussion at a later time. Please don't move forward with this ordinance at this time. Small businesses are doing everything they can to survive right now. And that's from Denise Hughes.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. And nothing new came in while Michelle was exhaustively reading all our public comments? Okay. So I will close the public hearing portion of the item and entertain discussion. I saw Councilmember Dornbecker leaning forward, but I don't see any blue hands yet. Councilmember Dornbecker, were you looking to try to unmute or not?
Well, I wasn't, but now that I am, I guess, thank you.
Go ahead, sure.
You know, I was on the Go Green team in, I think it was 2014 when we first started talking about this. So we have certainly shelved this or put it back on the shelf many times during that time. We've just gone through, you know, we're not even out of the fire season yet. And if this doesn't convince you that we are in a climate crisis, I don't know what will. We are in a climate crisis, and whatever steps we can take to mitigate the the CO2 in the air and the possibility of sparks and things like that. We've discussed this over and over. I wouldn't support it if I didn't believe that we were going to put some money behind it to help out because I understand it is a very difficult time. I keep talking about the roller coaster of uncertainty that's running up and down all of our nervous systems right now. And it's a hard time. But that, by the time this takes effect and by the time we get things in place, it will be a few, at least a month, 2 months, or 3 months longer. So during that time, I would like us to get our money in order to help them purchase this equipment. But I believe that the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a volunteer for next comments? Yes, Vice Mayor Dorman.
Thank you, Mayor. I am in favor of this program. I am in favor of the proposed ordinance and the resolution. Like Councilmember Dornbecker, I feel we do need to financially support it. I do think the fines, however, should go to the person operating the non-conforming piece of machinery. I do have issues if you hire a landscaping company and you're out of town and they use a blower that is non-conforming, that should be on them and not on you as a resident. So I do have that issue with it. I have spoken about some of the little pics I sort of have about the actual language of it. As to the effective date, I realize that we talked about this in December and that it's now October, but between that time and this time, we have been in extraordinary circumstances. So I don't really count these 10 months as being part of our time clock. I think it probably will take us a while to get up and running. We'll have to figure out the money. We will have to do some education prior to an actual ban or changeover. So I would support an effective date sometime into 2021, whether it is July 1st or whether it is June 1st or May 15th, somewhere in there, I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next between Councilmember Moeller and Councilmember Durham?
I can
Councilmember
go.
Moeller, go ahead. Councilmember Moeller.
I also am in support of this. It's really, I guess before we asked a question to Steve. Rollout of the education program, because I'm definitely leaning towards Vice Mayor Dorman. I want to make sure there is a lot of education. Education is important. I want to get to this as soon as possible too, but I want to be fair to everybody, especially some of our businesses that they're mobile businesses. You might not find them. The right boss might not be there. We've got to educate a lot of homeowners. Do you have any draft timelines for what you think some town meetings and outreach and all that might be?
I think at a minimum 3 months, because we need to craft one, you need to prove we have the effective date, so you have 30 days after a second reading. But secondly, this education, as I mentioned, we have to both do English and Spanish. Most of our landscape firms that are doing business in town are not licensed, which means the town does not have an official communications or structure to communicate with them. So we're going to have to engage the homeowners and have them, and that's why I'm saying we're going to have to do 2, 3, they're going to have to be the ones handing whatever piece we send them to their landscape firms. We have less than 20 licensed landscape firms in town.
Well, you have a lot more of that of homeowners that do not live here too. So 3 months, I think we're really talking a lot more than that. I think there's
well, I mean, 3 months
anyway.
is when we would be able to have the stuff out But I think in terms of being able, it's going to be an ongoing one, the same way we continue to have to do ongoing education and outreach on the construction noise ordinance.
Right. So anyway, thanks for that information. I have also agreed that July, to make something effective, is sufficient time, but also adequate time for the education piece. I think there's a lot of information and it needs to get out to people. I think it's the most timely and yet productive way to tell everybody. I also think that it should be, to these businesses and not on the onus of the homeowner. If somebody puts the wrong paint color or something on my house, I mean, whose fault is that? So these are all businesses, and even though they're not licensed, this might be an opportunity to also, as part of our outreach, get some of the people. The reason I have supporting a July effective date is it gives people adequate time to turn over equipment on a normal schedule. If we, in the next 3 months, they might just have bought one. But so I think it does all those things. And just to one point the Vice Mayor brought up, batteries and electricity are the same thing. So it's movement of protons across the stream. So you're just saying the same thing in a different way. So just one or the other will do. Electricity probably captures everything, because even solar batteries move protons across the field. Anyway, those are my comments.
The clarification as we go forward, because the one thing I would suggest, if you do want, I think if you want a sentence in there that says the town will issue fines and penalties, it should be to the operator, because the individual homeowner that may choose to do their own, I'll use myself as an example. I tend to do my own work. So in that case, if I'm using a gas leaf blower, I would be the operator and the one in violation. So we'll want to use the term operator if that is certainly something that is the council's purview. And if you want to provide that clarity and direction, then that's something town, we can certainly support that and add that to the language.
And I agree, either operator and or business owner or something like that. I don't want to run around and give, one person a ticket when his boss told him to do it or something. So we can work on that language. Thanks for that suggestion. So we'll see where that goes. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Durham.
I'll go next. So let me start by saying that, I respect some of the comments that said that this is a pandemic and this is a difficult time and we should put this off. We have been talking about this for quite some time. Climate Action Plan, the Go Green team, even our general plan. And we've had it on the agenda. We've had it as a discussion item. And I know this is purely anecdotal, but driving around this town on any day, there is not a loss, in my personal opinion, of landscapers blowing yards throughout this entire community. So what I would like to see, though, is that we phase it in 6 months. We've already taken quite some time. And to speak to Anna's letters, we've already taken quite some time to do this. And if we're going to own up to this and want to do it, I think we should do it in 6 months and have it implemented by April 30th, 2020. It's plenty of time for education. It's plenty of time to disseminate information and to show that we're serious about this and want to move forward with this. We've all made decisions on how we can better utilize and help the climate. I know the first presentation was very concerned about our moral standards, but I mean, we're trying our best here. And as an individual, I definitely try my best at home. And I think this town, through our plastic bag ban, the Go Green team, the Climate Action Plan, is trying that as well and doing what we can in this small community to move it forward. I think Mr. Stevens brought up some really good points. The one who has the business, who's utilizing the batteries. There was a statement that from Anna that compromises rather than ban. I think Mr. Steven has some great compromises on his list that we could utilize and work with him as a landscaper to help implement this plan. So it's coming from another landscaper who's done it and has done it successfully. And I think that could be a really good outreach, and to show that we're not just deeming from on high how things should be done. This is how it's actually been done, and this is how it's successful. So I think he had some really good ideas as well. I fully support this, and I think it's time to move forward.
Thank you. I will need to repeat a couple of the statements that are made, but I'll try to keep that to a minimum. I want to recognize that Councilmember Dornbecker and I have been serving on the countywide climate action committee, and this issue has come up several times, and there is fairly universal support in concept. We would now be able to go forward and show the actual ordinance in the plan, which I think is a very timely. I'm going to support doing this, but I wanted to make a few other points. As our resident scientist, Councilmember Mueller, notified us, batteries and electricity, they are constantly improving, and you just check your local Tesla or your local cell phone and see how battery capacity and power is constantly improving. So I think that that is a short learning curve from an equipment standpoint. I actually would support a phase in with the ordinance being enacted as of July 1, and I'll explain why. July 1st, 2021 would not only give us the full 6 months of the new year, but it would also be in our new budget cycle. If we go sooner than that and we are subsidizing with town funds, we are pulling from an already challenged budget. And this would allow us to get further into 2021, have a plan. We don't know, is this a $10,000 max, $20,000 max? What does that mean? How much does that help in terms of subsidies? So I would propose July 1st for those reasons. I think that we have already seen here in town some of our commercial sector transitioning to non-gas powered blowers and using them effectively. And so I think that while there may be some performance difference, it is not enough of a concern to outweigh the benefits. I think the health and environmental benefits are significantly greater than the inconvenience. I don't agree with the position that this is going to be a significant financial burden on small business. I agree. I think it was Councilmember Dornbecker who said, with a subsidy from the town, we are using our money and putting it forward and eliminating basically a financial impact, or significantly reducing any financial impact to operators. And so I really don't see that as a criteria that would stop me supporting this effort. I also agree that using some best practices from existing commercial operators, and frankly, people do not have to wait for us. They can transition tomorrow. And it sounds like it would be a smart marketing decision to get out front of competitors and be able to showcase that you are leading the sector with environmentally sensitive equipment. And so knowing that the rest of the industry will be catching up in Yountville by July 1st, you may want to get out in front of this earlier and show that you can be effective. You don't have to raise rates on residents. You don't have to spend significantly more time working for your clients, and show the benefits. And so I remember early on, the residents have brought this forward. We're talking about even buying these pieces of equipment for their landscapers to encourage them to do the environmentally right thing. So I think with all of that, with the broad community support that we have heard, with the fact that we have seen that the entire county wants to move forward in tangible ways to be more environmentally sensitive and limit unnecessary pollutions. So the last two things I wanted to mention. I think it's important to recognize that we're talking about town business licenses. We have been very lax in requiring operators to have licenses to operate here in town. This will be an additional incentive for those businesses to actually get a business license. We are not expensive with our business licenses. And so it's about respecting Yountville as a community, that out of town businesses should be, are required and should have a license that would then, in fact, allow them to get subsidy for some of this equipment. The other idea I just wanted to share about fines, I do believe the language should be the operator. It should include homeowners as well as commercial operators, whomever it is that is using the gas-powered equipment that should not be, is the individual that should be receiving the citation. That speaks to the education piece. Every business owner, I frankly don't think it's going to be that hard to educate. I think we all see the operators in our neighborhoods. We in some cases are hiring those operators. It is not that hard to include with our payment a copy of the notice from the town that says you must do this. We've done it with noise ordinances. The start of commercial activity is different in Yountville. It's later in the morning than in other places in the county. People will learn. They do learn that. And we need to motivate them to learn that. So I think that we need to apply the fines to the operators, whether that be a resident or a business. But I also think that if there is a business that continues, so if a homeowner has a business, the business changes, the homeowner continues to ignore the town's ordinance and doesn't require their landscaper to comply, I think after multiple offenses, it may be, and maybe Gary tells me this is not legal or appropriate, but there may be, like we see with other nuisances, repeated offenses result in fines. So there is when there is shown an intent to ignore the ordinances. So not to change the language today, to keep that under consideration going forward. If we see finding the operator as not being as effective as we need it to be, I think we look at maybe extending that language to share some of the responsibility with the property owner. So those are my thoughts. I absolutely do support this. I recognize Mr. Bonzi and Ms. Hickey's comments, but I feel like the way we are approaching this, the way we are going to create a subsidy program that does use some of our locally generated general fund money to put toward this effort, benefits our residents, benefits our community without burdening our small business owners. So those are my thoughts. I have heard a unanimous support for this, but I will now entertain a motion. I do see Councilmember Dornbecker's hand is raised.
Well, I hope you'll bear with me for a minute, but I just wanted to say that I actually agree with Councilmember Durham. April is sort of the beginning of spring, and I would really like to see if it's possible between now and then for us to get this program into position so that it can be launched in the spring rather than wait through half the summer again. And secondly, I would like to see us put an equal amount of money at least into helping the business owners who need the help to purchase this equipment, as we put into muting the sound around the pickleball court of $30,000. And if we can do that for a group, a small number of residents, I think that we really need to, understand that we may be called upon to give more than $10,000. I'm thinking that $30,000 would be a good place to start. So, and also that I agree with the mayor that that's a good incentive to say to the businesses, if you want to be able to, have access to that money as a stipend to help you purchase it, you have to be registered as a business in this town. So those are my thoughts on it, and I'd be happy to make the motion. But
before you do that, I do see at least one other hand. So
Okay.
I'll hold on that request. And I
Okay.
would just caution that the higher the dollar amount, the more challenging it's going to be to find it in this year's budget. We need to be very aware of that. If we have further time to evaluate other line items, not opposed to an earlier start, just for consideration. Vice Mayor Dorman.
Thank you. I was actually raised my hand to make a motion, but I don't want to step on anybody.
Gary looks like he is raising his hand.
Yeah, so if there is consensus on the council to limit this to someone who is using or operating, or a property owner who permits use or operation, I have language to propose as well for the council.
Well, let's hear that then.
So in subdivision A and B, you need to strike the words "or permit the use or operation of" from both sections, because it's broader than just use or operate in there. And then for subsection A of 8.07030, to the end of subdivision A, I recommend adding, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary in chapter 8.05, for purposes of enforcement of this chapter under chapter 8.05, a responsible party, in quotations, shall only include a person who uses or operates, or a property owner who permits the use or operation of, a leaf blower in violation of this chapter. Happy to give more detail too if needed.
Thank you. I do think that spoke to, hold on just a second. I do think that spoke to what several council members were saying. So let's put a pin in that language. Before we, Vice Mayor, go ahead and continue, not with a motion, but if you have any further discussion, then I see Councilmember Moeller also has a comment.
So my question, Mr. Bell, is a responsible party shall include only, did you say the person operating it or the person allowing it to be operated?
Shall only include a person who uses or operates, or a property owner who permits the use or operation of, a leaf blower in violation of this chapter. And the issue is that as currently written, it cross-references chapter 8.05, and that uses responsible party very broadly to include a lot of different folks that the council by consensus this afternoon doesn't want it to apply to. So we still want to use the enforcement under 8.05 because that's all the tools for a notice of violation, citation, abatement order, but we want to limit who it can be sent to, and that's what this sentence would do.
So that would allow a fine to a homeowner.
Yes. Under the language I just proposed, yes.
So what would happen if we just said it includes the person operating it? To the mayor's point of numerous violations.
So if it's only limited to that, that's the only person it could be enforced against, even if there were other circumstances. And I'd say that's generally true of this language too. There could be future circumstances where there's someone who's involved in this that the town wishes to enforce against. The result of this is that wouldn't be possible. So I understood from at least some consensus that there should be the option to go against a homeowner under at least some circumstances. So I included that language.
Thank you.
So your language, Gary, would target, the intent would be to target the operator and would allow, if there were other circumstances resulting in the illegal activity, that the homeowner could then be cited, and there may be unique conditions that would lead to that type of citation. Is that accurate?
Yes, and like all code enforcement, town staff has discretion about reaching out, who to enforce it against. So in this case, the user, or when and under what circumstances it would be enforced against the property owner.
Gary, would it be inappropriate just to kind of expand on the dialogue you were just having, that it is the intent to cite the operator and only in the rare circumstances of multiple repeated violations, would a citation be issued against the property owner? Would that be a way to address that that would help make that more comfortable for the council?
Sure. Yeah, we could add that language in.
I think, at least for my opinion, that would be helpful. And are we applying this evenly, commercial and residential, Gary?
Yes.
But the reason I ask that is, in a commercial situation, you have maintenance crew, the operator of a leaf blower as a maintenance staff member should not be the one cited. And so I want to make sure that there is language that distinguishes the difference between commercial operator that violates at a residence, and we're potentially not holding the resident accountable, but in a commercial setting, the operator isn't the one being cited, it's the employer of the operator.
I think we can do that. And also I would just note that in some cases, a commercial business contracts with a landscape firm, just like a homeowner does. Some of our businesses have their own employees maintain the property.
So if I understood that question, it would not be the property owner under that circumstance, it would be the business owner.
So I'm just wondering, do we have language that would cover that condition? We have a maintenance employee that is actually doing the blowing. We're not going to cite that employee. We would be citing the business owner, property owner. If it's a hotel, for example, or even a restaurant doing landscaping of the property, it's the business then, not the individual staff member that would be cited.
So under this language, it would be the person who's actually using it, under the language I'd be proposing.
And that's why I'm saying that I would like the council to consider that in a commercial, in commercial use, it would be the business owner held responsible if that user is an employee of that business. If the business contracts to a third party, then I think we can stick with the language of the third party business operator would be held accountable. I know Councilmember, go ahead, Gary.
And so what I would add, and Steve can provide additional background, I think what the council is describing here is what the town already does under chapter 8.05. So that section allows citations against a large number of responsible parties to ensure that it can be enforced when needed, but the priority of who it gets sent to and when, I'm not aware of any code enforcement against an employee of the business. It's always against the business. It doesn't mean that it can't be specified here, but I just wanted to add that's the current practice of the town as I understand it.
That is correct. And I think if we put some intent language, and just to clarify that, that will be helpful in moving this forward.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Mueller, you've been ready to make a comment. Go ahead.
No, what I found, if you wait long enough, your questions get answered.
All right. So any other comments by council, clarifying questions? So we now have some language changes that are proposed. We also have different opinions on an effective date. So we need to finalize those. Is there agreement with the language changes that have been discussed about applying to the operator that with multiple violations, a homeowner may be held accountable, and then also the language that apparently already exists about commercial activity, whether it relates to the business or the individual operator. Is there clarity and consensus on all that? I'm seeing at least 3 heads nodding, now 4 heads nodding. Okay. Now we still need to figure out an effective date. A couple comments have been to April 1st. I was proposing July 1st in the new fiscal, but I think there is some flexibility. So if that's the last piece that's missing, I would invite someone to make a motion and propose an effective date. I believe the Vice Mayor was ready with the motion.
I am. Mayor, do you want a motion just on the effective date? There are a couple of other things I'd like to add in the resolution that we've already discussed.
I would entertain a motion on the entire deal, and if
Okay,
If the council doesn't like it, we will address
Make
it.
a substitute motion.
someone will let me know. So I move that we waive first reading of ordinance number 20-498, adopting chapter 8.07 of the Title 8 Health and Safety of the Oakville Municipal Code regarding use of leaf blowers with the following changes to the ordinance as presented. Number 1, in section 4 of the resolution, add or battery after electricity to clarify for our lay people. I would move that as discussed, I would include in the motion as discussed, we collapse the ordinance section 8.7.20 to use the notwithstanding language called out by the attorney. I move an effective date of July 1st, 2021, and I move addition of the fine language regarding operators, employers, residents, and continuing violations as discussed and talked about by the attorney.
I'll second.
Thank you. So there is a motion, Vice Mayor Dorman, second by Councilmember Moeller. I just want to get head nods from Michelle and Gary that all of that is clear. Michelle first.
I'm going to rely on Gary.
Okay, Gary first.
Yeah, so the only thing I would add to the language that I suggested for the end of paragraph A of section 807030 is to add only include a person who uses or operates or a property owner or business that permits the use or operation of, because I think that captures the business aspect that the mayor had raised. But the rest of the changes that were in there, I think were correct and as earlier discussed.
And I'll just confirm with the motioner and the seconder. Are you comfortable with that, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
And Councilmember Moeller?
I am also, thank you.
Yes. Question, Councilmember Dornbecker?
Yes, I have a question, and that is that do we have to wait until July of 2021 to begin the educational outreach?
No, that
No.
would only be the you must have transition by date.
Yeah.
Okay.
People are free to transition immediately, and we will start putting together educational material as soon as it can get together, and we will also start in detail of creating a subsidy program for consideration.
Okay, if that's the best we can do, okay. Thank you.
Right, Steve, is that a yes, a confirmation?
It is, and what I'm going to point out is even with a July 1 effective date, it's still going to impact this fiscal year because you would want to be able to have the grants and the rebates so that they would be able to be effective. Now we could do and this is more detail, but we could do a bit of funding this year and then some in the next fiscal year, but we'll be bringing back some ideas for you on that in terms of how to move forward. And as you saw, we were trying to focus on those landscape firms that have multiple, little clients. So we'll put together more detail as well as more expansive education outreach concepts.
Yes, if we can find the funding and put a program together, we can make that effective as soon as it's all put together. But the July 1 would really be you must comply with the new rules no later than date. Can certainly be before that. Okay, with all of that, Michelle, could you take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you. Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember Durham.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Dunbar.
Yes,
Thank you.
that does pass unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of the community participation and sharing of ideas, and also for the patience. Just a reminder, when we first started talking about this many, many months ago, we did talk about a 2021, potentially mid-2021 effective date. So we really haven't delayed even through the pandemic meeting delays. We've really not had to push this back any further than originally estimated, even though, anyway, I'll just leave it at that. So again, thank you all for your efforts. We're going to transition now to the first of our administrative regular items, which is item 10A, extend local emergency. discussion and possible action to continue Proclamation 2020-01, proclaiming the existence of local emergency to respond to the coronavirus COVID-19 and extend the Business Transitional Support Program under Proclamation 2020-02 indefinitely while the local emergency is in effect. Steve.
Thank you. You've done this once previously. You've done an extension, and we're now reaching a point where the business community has expressed quite a bit of appreciation for the flexibility that the program has provided. And what we're recommending at this point is an indefinite time extension that would be coterminous with the local emergency. And I appreciate Vice Mayor's comments because I was focusing on a state emergency, but it is tied to our local emergency. And again, this is the program that we've put in place, and it currently is set to expire October 31st. So it is necessary for us to, one, if you want the intent to continue and to allow for the flexibility consistent with what the public health orders approve, we need to have that authorization to continue. With that, we've included a list of all of the businesses and the nature that have participated in the program and the impacts. I'm happy to take any questions you have regarding this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Durham.
So what it's looking to do is to extend this indefinitely, correct?
Indefinitely tied to the council's authorization of a local emergency. So what would happen is if and when the council determines that there is no longer a local emergency, that would start the elimination of the program, and then we would be phasing back to their normal use permit conditions.
And to that point, I'm going to add this now instead of later. I think we should change that. I think the word is misleading. It should be something to the effect of through the local emergency. I think indefinitely is going to be misleading. People are going to assume
that's the intent. So there's no issues there at all.
Okay,
So,
Councilmember Durham, go ahead.
Thank you for both of your clarifications. So with that being said, I mean, it's supposed to rain this weekend, one. Two, we're going into the winter months, which it traditionally gets cold, it gets wet. Has there been, I mean, the town has done an amazing job, and we've seen it through the emails that we've all gotten from the businesses this week. The town has done an amazing job at being very quick to adapt and work with the community. My concern is how long indefinitely or local emergency stays into place. I mean, is it going to be the state determining we need a vaccine or we have a program in place? I'm just wondering if there has been any further discussion by the town of additional parameters to work within for this program.
Well, one thing, thank you. What I want to really remind everybody is that this program is really about the spirit of evaluation and flexibility, and it's not a preordained thing. We have worked with the individual businesses within those parameters, and that's really the spirit of what I see continuing because, and the other thing is, if you look at it, it's not a one size fits all for some businesses. So I think you bring up a very good point. I mean, if you're just focusing on outdoor use, winter months and outdoor use are going to be a problem. So I think it is what you want to look at is the framework and one, the ability to continue with it for the point to the ability of us to do so, because it's not uncommon to have periods of winter time where we have nice weather and it's not an issue. So it's going to be, but really it's that flexibility. We may come up with some new ideas as a result when we move in. I don't have any qualms at all with using the term through the duration of the declared local emergency, because that's the intent of what we're doing. And really it's the concept that we're going to work with them. And that's why we would, I think we have a few businesses, we've actually modified their application 4 times because they've come up with something different. We've sat with them. So from a framework, I see that as what we're doing. We are, as a local government, beholden to the county public health officer in the state. So at a point in time, we can determine that we have the capacity to deal with ours. But really, that, to your point, you know, we're not going to declare we're now orange or yellow, and we're going to move forward. We're not going to be able to do that. So we have to be respectful of the public health officer and the state decree with regard to that. But this is our part of our, you know, under a local emergency is what gives us the flexibility to waive our use permit and or other municipal ordinances. So that's a necessary action for us to be able to do this.
And then one last thing in an effort to save time at the end, I want to just make a comment that I think going into these winter months, some of these changes might be a worthwhile discussion for this council and for the planning department for a lot of these businesses in town on a permanent basis. So thank you.
And I think we're talking two different things. The point you just made is revisiting when we're not in a pandemic environment with limited business activity. Are we going to take best practices from this and want to apply them differently in our municipal code and conditional use permits, things like that? So to this point, to Steve's point, we have to comply with state and county restrictions. We can't say you can have 50% indoor activity when the state says 25, for example. And I know that's not what you're proposing, but I think it's also noteworthy to note that many of the other jurisdictions in Napa County have used this program either directly or pieces of this program and applied them to their jurisdictions. So it has had broader support than just our Yountville business community. And there have been modifications, as Steve said, throughout this process. I think when we put the end of October deadline, we really thought we would be over this part of this public health crisis by the end of October. Clearly, none of us know when the duration will end, so we want to leave this open-ended, I think, is the intent. So
exactly, and I'll just give, and I mean, this is a potential hypothetical that maybe a restaurant, we get to the 50%, but the 50% in the winter is not enough, and they need to have an enclosed tent type structure installed in the parking lot. And I'm just using that as something that most people could react to and envision. That may be something that under this program we modify for the wet season. So I'm just saying, and again, it's going to be very dependent on each location. I will also attest that Sandra and I have certainly heard from a few businesses that there are a few things that they may want to come back when the time is appropriate and revisit in a good way. So there's some things that we need to take a look at, but that's not what this is about, and that will come. I can assure you that Sandra and I know that that will be forthcoming, whether more globally or on an individual use permit basis.
thank you. Other questions of the staff report from council? Seeing no other questions now, I know that we do have some public comment. Michelle, I hope you got a drink of water, you're rested. Here we go again.
Yes, I'm ready.
It looks like a shorter list, only half a dozen this time, but please, if you would read the public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. The first public comment is from Whitney Diver McAvoy, President and CEO of the Yountville Chamber of Commerce. Mayor Dunbar and council members, thank you for your continued commitment to our business community in Yountville. The Transitional Support Program has been vital to the success of our businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic. As of September 15th, a total of 35 businesses in Yountville were participating. We know we are not out of the woods yet. We kindly request the council extend the Transitional Support Program through the duration of state mandated business restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Our business community continues to work closely with the chamber and town staff to ensure compliance of state guidelines, as well as the safety of staff, visitors, and Yountville residents. Thank you for your support and consideration. The next public comment is from Allison Stelzner of Heron House. To town council and town administrators, I wanted to share how helpful the Transitional Support Program has been during this challenging time. Allowing flexibility for our business during this time is critical to keeping our doors open. The outdoor seating, the temporary food service, and enhanced signage are also important to allowing us to keep our doors open. COVID and the most recent fires have forced us to rewrite how we do business. What our customers want and expect also has shifted tremendously. I applaud the forward thinking of the council and our town manager. I humbly ask that we allow businesses to continue to have the flexibility we need to deliver the world-class tasting experiences we have become known for here in Yountville. And that's from Allison Stelzner again. The next comment, public comment, is submitted by Craig Becker Summerston. To whom it may concern, the Priest Ranch Tasting Room at 6490 Washington Street has positively benefited from the town, allowing us to increase our outdoor tasting area during the COVID-19 restriction. Customers love to sit street side, enjoying wine tastings and our food pairings. We have seen a dramatic increase in sales since reopening in July, even with 2/3 of our seating removed. The positive sales trend has continued through the end of September. In August, our sales were 60% higher than August of the prior year. In September, our sales were 54% higher than September the preceding year. This growth pattern is in light of a decrease in approximately 20% of the visitation over the prior year. We think extending the outdoor seating is a positive improvement for our business and the image of the town of Yountville. Thank you for your consideration, Craig Becker. Next comment is from Jared Love with TKRG. We greatly appreciate the help and assistance the transitional seating program has provided our establishments. All of our restaurants have lost seating capacity due to the restrictions on indoor dining and the spacing in all areas for guest safety. This program has helped provide additional seating that we would otherwise not have. This additional revenue source helps us to create more opportunities for our teams to get back to their working schedules. These are some very challenging times, and we need the community support. Thank you for the consideration of the extension. We look forward to getting through this together. Next public comment is from Frederick Bolin, Handwritten Wines, Jessup Cellars. My apologies if I mispronounced your name. Dear Yountville Town Council, the Transitional Support Program established by the town of Yountville in response to the COVID-19 business restrictions from the state has enabled Jessup Cellars and Handwritten Wines to maintain a reasonable level of visitation during the past few months. For Jessup Cellars, our outdoor capacity was limited to 16 guests prior to the program. The TSP enabled us to increase that number to 30 on the front patio, thus maintaining a sustainable activity for business and several jobs for our workforce, whilst we weren't able to host tastings indoors at all or only at a limited capacity. The modification to the TSP made in September, allowing for 25% capacity indoors with food pairing, came as the valley filled with smoke. The turnaround from the town to validate the modified TSP was almost instant and enabled us to carry on with business in a safe environment for all. For Handwritten Wines, thanks to the TSP, we were able to transfer most of our indoor capacity outdoors, which safeguarded several jobs and the development of our newly opened tasting room. The food pairing transition enabled us to transfer a portion of the tastings inside during smoke episodes with an impressive turnaround that created a smooth transition for Yountville visitors. The combined support of the Yountville Chamber of Commerce and Town of Yountville were essential to business continuity in a safe environment and fostered trust from day trippers in times of uncertainty. There is no doubt that without the transitional support program, our businesses and staff would have been in a worse position than they are today. This year has been very difficult for our local tourism industry, and giving local businesses the versatility they need to survive has been critical. Keeping this versatility during the uncertain times ahead is necessary. This program has met, if not exceeded, expectations of the town's commitment to local business prosperity. We support an extension of this program until the end of the state-mandated COVID-19 business restrictions. And the last public comment is from David O'Malley, representing Coqueta, Napa Valley, and Bottega. I am writing in support of the extension of the Town of Yountville Transitional Support Program. When this program was first announced, I viewed it as a possible lifeline to support both Coqueta, Napa Valley, and Bottega. This program has done much more than that. It has helped us rehire some of our most loyal team members and rebuild and refocus our 2 restaurants to weather the additional challenges that have come our way. Without the transitional support program, Bottega would have been severely limited in our seating capacity. We would have only had the terrazza surrounding the bar and dining room. With the approval from the Town of Yountville and permission from the estate Yountville, we have been able to utilize some of the beautiful outdoor space that is currently not being utilized by the hotels due to loss of all event business. This has allowed us to rehire even more team members to take care of the additional guests we can now accommodate. In addition, with the extra outdoor tables that we gained through the transitional support program, Coqueta Napa Valley has been able to enjoy a better summer season than when we opened last year. Without the transitional support program, we would not have been able to build this momentum heading into the off season. Chef Chiarello and I want to thank the Town of Yountville for instituting this program, and we hope that the Town Council votes to extend it until the end of the California mandated business restrictions. And that concludes my public comment.
Thank you. None received since we began the meeting, Michelle?
None that I can see at this point. I think we're
Okay.
good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we will now entertain discussion. This is one of those different things where we know ahead of time how many comments we're going to have, and so when they're done, we can talk. So anyone want to begin the conversation? I would just reiterate, I believe that we should change the language to through the duration of the local emergency instead of indefinitely if we are going to do this. So with that, Councilmember Dornbecker.
Thank you. I wanted to make a few comments about how terrific this program is, how much I support it, and how I think that we have an opportunity for a teaching moment here, and that is that the scenescape that I've always wanted to see in Yountville, with the vibrancy and people out enjoying the sidewalk in our beautiful town. I think that it's something that we should consider, looking at for the future, because I've always felt like the town we don't need to roll up the sidewalks. We have a beautiful little town day and evening. So I hope that this is something that in the future we will take under consideration with the user permits and things for new businesses, and also just in general for our existing businesses. I think it's a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you. Which council member would like to go next?
I can go next.
Councilmember Bowler, go ahead.
I have no reservations. This is very appropriate. I'm glad it's helped out the businesses, and full support from me.
Thank you. Councilmember Durham.
Yes, as I said before, I fully support this, and I thank the town staff for being so adaptable and so workable. They've done a lot of this on their own, on the fly, as the weather changes constantly. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, echoing, really appreciate everything the staff has done. I know you have literally worked overtime, and I really, really want to thank our businesses for sending those letters in. Sometimes we authorized programs. We don't know, are they really helping? Are they not helping? So thank you very much for letting us know that this is helping you and therefore our town as a whole. I very much support it. I do agree with the mayor's comment that perhaps the motion might say while the local emergency is in effect rather than indefinitely, but thank you.
Yeah, and I would just repeat, through the duration of the local emergency, I think that captures that. I completely support this as well. Absolutely, we have seen the positive effects to our business community. It was almost painful to watch while they were trying to serve either our restaurants, our tasting rooms, our retail in a covered in a no-sided tent in a parking lot in 95, 98 degrees, but at least they were able to do business. And I think there was a real appreciation for that. We've heard it in the comments today, certainly heard it out on the street. And so I also want to recognize Whitney Diver McAvoy, our chamber president and CEO, who has been leading the education piece for all of our businesses to be aware of the program, but also the importance of compliance within the parameters of the program. And that's important going forward, specifically as Councilmember Durham and then repeated by Councilmember Dornbecker have stated, there are probably going to be some best practices that we want to reconsider or consider going forward, but it's also important that the businesses know they need to get plans approved. There may be conditions they're not aware of that might keep something from being appropriate, whether it's rights of way or the requirement that the county has and the state has about putting sides on a tent or things like that. So we don't want our business community to go off and just start doing things on their own. We recognize that we have a role in supporting them. I think this program has done a great job in doing that, which is supporting our local businesses in a real time of crisis for them so that they can not only, and I appreciated the fact that some mentioned rehiring workforce, which is critical, but also so that we can continue to enjoy the quality of life that we have here in Yountville. So with that, seeing universal support, I'll entertain a motion to this effect with potentially the change in the language of the title. Anyone like to propose a motion? Vice Mayor.
I move that we continue Proclamation 2020-01 proclaiming the existence of local emergency to respond to the coronavirus (COVID-19) and extend the business transitional support program under Proclamation 2020-02 through the duration of the local emergency.
I'll second.
I'll second.
I believe it was Councilmember Mueller that seconded. I could be wrong, but that's who I'm going with. So motion by Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Mueller. Roll call, please. Michelle.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember Durham,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Again, Steve, thank you and the rest of our staff that helped put the program together. And I think what we will be hearing soon is that our neighbors to the north and south will probably be asking for the updated language that we have just passed, and they may be considering extending as well. So thank you, Sandra, for working very closely with our current use permits and zoning and making life a little bit more palatable for our business community and our residents that enjoy that business community. Okay, next up, item 10B, confirming intent of Measure T. Consider adoption of resolution number 20-4017, expressing intent to permit only one cannabis retail business and to not allow outdoor smoking or vaporizing of cannabis or cannabis products if Measure T is adopted by voters at the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election. So
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. So before you tonight is a resolution of intent regarding Measure T. Since this council placed Measure T on the ballot in June, questions have been asked about this council's intent regarding specific items, including the number of cannabis retail businesses and outdoor smoking and vaporizing. This resolution is discretionary. It does not urge a vote one way or the other. It simply expresses this council's intent regarding these items and nothing more. I'm happy to answer any questions about it.
Okay. It sounded like you were going to say something more, but okay, period. That's
Period.
right. Okay. Questions from council?
I have a question.
Okay, I guess nobody wants to, other than Vice Mayor. She's the only one using the blue hand. Okay, Councilmember Moeller.
Thank you, Gary, for that nice and brief report. I appreciate that. Can you just tell us how this kind of came about? What was the process? Why is it before us?
So for some of that, I might have to defer. I will say, though, that these questions were asked when my impartial analysis came out. Questions were asked about specific things being added or deleted. The impartial analysis is a very specific thing under state law, and so it has to follow some very strict rules. But it did raise questions about what the council's intent was. And for the 3.5 years that the council considered this leading up to that moment, I understood that the intent was to only allow one, which is why the ordinance says that. And so I had suggested that adopting a resolution would clarify that intent. It's not uncommon for a council to adopt a resolution prior to an election if a measure is to pass. It's sometimes done closer to an election than this, sometimes done closer to when it's placed on the ballot. What the council can't do is urge a particular vote one way or the other. And this resolution does not do that. And so that's, from my background, how this came. I suggested it as a way to clarify.
Thank you. Next, questions from council.
Mayor, I accidentally lowered Vice Mayor's hand, so if she still has a question.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Dorman. You're muted, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, sorry. So just to clarify, this resolution can be amended by a majority, not that it will be, but it can be, like any resolution, amended by a majority vote of this council or any future council.
Yes, just like any resolution.
And also, to clarify, this resolution does not change any language in Measure T or in the ballot question.
Yeah, like as I mentioned, it only expresses the intent regarding Measure T. It does nothing else.
But I just want to make clear, because I have gotten these questions from our public, from our residents. Does it change anything in the actual language of Measure T or in the ballot question?
No, and nor could it.
Okay, and so Measure T still has in it that it can be amended by a majority vote of this council or some other. Again, not saying it would be, but Measure T still has that language.
Yes, Measure T has all the same language in it as when the council placed it on the ballot.
Thank you. And then what happens to this resolution? Let's say we agree and we pass it. What happens to it if Measure T fails?
Nothing. It would stay on the books, or this council could rescind it. It wouldn't need to be rescinded because it really only applies if Measure T passes. And so it would have no effect whether or not it stayed active or was rescinded. It really only has meaning if Measure T passes.
So this resolution really is being proposed to simply state intent of the council, of this council at this time.
That is all it is. Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Dornbecker.
Yes, thank you. So, however, if this passed on the ballot and the ordinance was passed, would the council have the opportunity to amend the ordinance in the future to allow more tasting, more rooms, more retail establishments.
Yes.
Mhm. And is there, if we were to pass this clarification, what is the difference between our saying that, yes, the intent of the council was to have one tasting room? Isn't that the same thing as an endorsement for having a tasting room?
I don't think so. That's not how I read this resolution.
I see.
So I'll happy to go into that. As I read it, it says that you will not permit, you'll permit only one. So if you read that in conjunction with Measure T, there's the process in there for the application. There's a scoring process. Those applications then come back to the council. The council then approves the highest scored applicant or turns it down if certain findings are met. But what this resolution says is that there will only be one through that process. And that was a question that was raised by multiple different people.
However, the after the fact, the ordinance can be amended to allow future retail establishments.
Yes. So like I said, it doesn't change anything in the ordinance. The ordinance stays exactly the same.
But in the future, the ordinance could be amended to allow additional retail establishments, correct?
Yes, it could be amended in any.
Thank you.
Yes. Three times asked, three times answered, I think.
Thank you.
Question.
The same exact way.
Yes. Next comment, Councilmember Durham, did you want to comment? Okay. Gary, a question. Is the language in the ordinance that allows for changes to the ordinance in the future any different than any other ordinance on any other business in town?
No. So any of the other ordinances in the municipal code can be changed by the council in the future. The difference in this case is that it's being approved by voters. It's not uncommon for a statewide proposition or for a local ballot measure to have a provision that allows subsequent amendments by either the state legislature or, in this case, the town council for a local ballot measure.
And with the language just above in the ordinance, it says no more than one business would be considered with this ordinance. And then it has the language about changes being made. What is the reasoning for the language about changes being made in the future without a vote of the people? My understanding when that language was put in was to allow very typical, very common details of a business to be finalized once a business might be permitted, like hours of operation, like types of products that might be available for sale, things like that, similar to a clothing store, a restaurant, any other kind of business. Is that accurate to the reason for that language?
So you're speaking about the language in Measure T about amendments that says certain things have to be approved by the people?
Yes, because the reason for the messaging by some folks that has called into question the intent of the council speaks to that. They say, well, you can change this without another vote of the people, but we can change any ordinance that we have approved without a vote of the people, just like in this case. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then the other point about the second part of this resolution about no outdoor smoking or vaping would be permitted. There was the question of why is that necessary? Because the town already prohibits smoking. My understanding here is that smoking is not prohibited on private property, say a cigar lounge outside or an area where people are allowed to smoke at home. Private property doesn't fall under the town's prohibition of outdoor smoking. So this resolution would clarify even though it's privately owned property, this commercial activity could not include outdoor smoking or vaping. Is that accurate?
Yes. And what I would add to the smoking just generally is that while there is an ordinance in place, as you already mentioned, the town council can amend ordinances and create exceptions. So when fashioning this program in whatever way it is, this is saying there won't be an exception for this, even if it could be. And one other thing I'd like to add on voter approval, the current amendment to Measure T says that certain things have to be approved by voters, and that relates to the tax. So there are some things that always have to be approved by voters, including taxes, and that's what that's referring to.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions of Gary on this item? Michelle, are you prepared? Have you had enough time to rest?
I've rested, and the Park and Rec director is going to split this with me. So at halfway through, I'm going to turn it over to her.
Okay, so just so the public is aware, we have about a dozen, just by eyesight here, public comments on this item. So Michelle and Samantha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The first public comment is from Carmen Policy. Dear Town Council, Clerk, and staff, please accept this letter as my expression of heartfelt affection and support for the beautiful Yountville community. Although I am not a voting resident of the town, my wife Gail and I have been local investors in Yountville Enterprises and continuous supporters of its restaurants, retail, and philanthropic efforts for over 15 years. We care about this unique gem in the heart of the Napa Valley, as does everyone who values the future and integrity of the wine country of Northern California. Yountville has become the culinary and hospitality center of one of our nation's most unique and desirable regions. Proposition T is the proverbial, quote, camel that will not be merely putting its nose under the tent, but is actually being escorted through the front flap as a welcome guest. No matter how the proponents try to justify its supposed limitations, Prop T will permit the entry of cannabis into the mainstream of our business ecosystem, which does not pair nearly as well to this substance as it does with great food and quality lodgings. This letter is not a rebuke of the personal use of this now legal drug that local citizens and visitors can utilize within appropriate limits. However, why would Yountville want to invite people to engage in this mostly cash business and attract certain patrons who would visit only to purchase this product? Yountville's success made it the envy of every community in the multi-county area. And like our wonderful agricultural ethos, why would we do anything to risk it? Thank you for this opportunity to express my opinion. The next public comment is from Thomas Keller. Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members and staff, I am writing you to request the removal of agenda item 10B from the upcoming council meeting on the 6th. Our town is facing an upcoming vote on Measure T, which is not clear in its own writing. This proposed resolution only makes it more confusing. The ordinance supporting Measure T clearly states that the current council or any future council can amend the ordinance at any time without the approval of the people. Section 4 amendment, thus paving way to change the number of lounges at any time. It is my understanding and confirmed by the council that this is true with all ordinances. That said, if the intent of the council is to allow only one cannabis lounge ever in Yountville, then I would recommend that the original ordinance reflect that and that ordinance cannot be amended. Lastly, Yountville is currently a non-smoking town, so to address the smoking of cannabis outdoors seems a moot point. I request that the resolution either be removed from the agenda or placed on a future agenda after the ordinance is voted on. If it is defeated, then this exercise is a waste of time. If it is approved, then I am sure there will be a certain portion of your constituents which will appreciate your intent. Respectfully, Thomas Keller. The next public comment is from Judith Caldwell. Dear Town Council of Yountville and administrative staff. Regardless of circumstances, environment, or timing, an ordinance needs clarity, the clarity that allows residents to understand it and trust it. The 17-page cannabis ordinance represented by Measure T does not provide clarity, nor does it produce trust. Poorly written, this document is confusing. The items which, quote, intent to clarify agenda item 10B, close quote, would address merely scratch the surface of the ordinance's ambiguity and misleading nature. Concerned about placing it on an agenda the week we are receiving our ballots and watching a candidates forum only heightens confusion and continues to breed a lack of trust for some. We are currently at a crossroads in Yountville. Our town is sorely divided over Measure T, and I am concerned that it has to do with more than just marijuana. It appears that this, quote, clarification of intent of the ballot measure lends no purpose other than to strengthen the pro position on the measure. We need to move to higher ground. Yountville needs to heal its disharmony and come back to a safe balance. Healing comes with evidence that a town council, staff, and residents can all be trusted. If not now, when? Please consider removing agenda item 10B from the council meeting this week. In my opinion, it's simply poor timing and serves no purpose that cannot be addressed after the November 3rd election. From Judith Caldwell. Next comment is Mike from Michael Bork. To the council, I'm surprised that the council would seek to clarify their intention vis-a-vis Measure T. The only thing that matters is the statement we have been presented to vote on. A yes vote on the measure allows for a dispensary that may include on-site consumption. Any attempt now by the council to clarify their intent is past due. Do you plan on reprinting the ballot? How otherwise would it be possible to be sure that your statement of intent is seen by all voters? The council has sought the opinion of the citizens of Yountville. All we can be sure of now is that all voters will see the same ballot. You should leave it as is and reject this resolution. Next comment is from Megan Mason. Dear Mayor and council members, with reference to the new resolution number 20-4017 that is on the October 6, 2020 agenda, item 10B, I ask why. What is the purpose and intention as a town council to put forth this new resolution on the agenda within the week that voters will be receiving their 2020 election ballots? The only reason I can imagine is that as a council, you realize Measure T is a poorly written ordinance and you want to lessen the negative impact it is creating and will make for our town should it pass. In putting ordinance 20-4017 on the agenda, you are only demonstrating an impropriety by creating a conflict of interest. This conflict of interest has already been demonstrated by some council members who have blatantly pushed for Measure T's passage and have contributed to the writing of Measure T in the ballot as well. In approving to put Measure T on the ballot, I would have thought that the council would be neutral. That has been far from the truth. Actions have spoken louder than words. If the council deems it necessary to put forth an additional piece of propaganda in favor of Measure T, then it would be only fair for the opponents of Measure T to be able to state for the public their views as well. Are you willing to do this? Putting resolution 20-4017 on the agenda will only create more distress and chasm between the council and the residents of Yountville. I ask that you remove item 10B from the agenda for October 6, 2020. Thank you. Next public comment. And after this one, Samantha, I'm transitioning to you. This is from Pam Reeves, Mayor and council members. I would like to suggest that item 10B be removed from your October 6, 2020 agenda. The resolution of intent serves no purpose other than to confuse voters. It may be the intent of the current council, but it guarantees no future intent. It is as transient as the wording of ballot Measure T because both can be amended by any 3 council members at any time. This resolution to clarify intention is a blatant attempt to influence voters in the upcoming election into thinking that they will be safe to vote for Measure T, comforted by the idea that the council intends to only allow 1 cannabis retail outlet. The wording of the ordinance, however flawed, is exactly what its authors intended and will be the final document used to make decisions if passed. A declaration of intent will not carry more weight than the ordinance itself. Intentions do not help the community protect itself. Clear, enforceable legal documents must do that. The Measure T ordinance states that it can be amended from time to time without voter approval. That means that the number of cannabis retail establishments will always be subject to change. I fear this resolution of intent will hold no water in any legal battles. This council occupies the unique and I think improper position of both authoring and delivering the proposition for Measure T. Now, on the day before the chamber election forum and the week the ballots go out, the council, through this resolution, would appear to be attempting to sway voters. I have no idea how each council member will ultimately vote on Measure T, but to the public, this resolution of intent would suggest that if council votes for it, it is a vote of support for Measure T. The council would be wielding inappropriate influence on the election process by taking up this resolution. This type of action flies in the face of FPPC guidelines that call on officials to avoid conflicts of interest, as well as the appearance of impropriety in their actions as public officials. If you do not remove this item from the agenda, I have a few questions I would like addressed in your discussion. Who authored this resolution? What was the process engaged in to bring this to the full council now? What problem does the resolution solve? Who benefits from this resolution? Why does the author feel the need to clarify a measure that has been vetted by staff and the town attorney and is publicly supported by 2 council members? Shouldn't the wording have been clarified and tightened up before this late date? If there are problems with the wording of the ordinance, in parentheses, and I think it is safe to say that there are, close paren, is there any reason that the council cannot immediately amend the ordinance to clarify the language should it pass? I would also like a clarification for members of the council that voting against this resolution will not weaken their authority over the ordinance should it win and be adopted. Also, a no vote on this resolution does not mean that council members want more retail cannabis outlets than what the ordinance says. They may actually prefer none. The resolution as presented appears to back council members into a corner rather than clarifying any misunderstandings in the measure. Neither document assures any of us that there will be Neither document assures any of us that there will only ever be one cannabis retail location in Yountville. That is why I feel this resolution of intent is superfluous and always why I do not support Measure T. Both are flawed in their wording and intent. Again, that was from Pam Reeves, and I will transition to Director Holland to finish the list.
Okay, thank you. So the next correspondence is from Billy Hewitt, Honorable Mayor John Dunbar, and council members. I am questioning the timing of a resolution of your intent on Measure T. Your intent was stated in June when the ordinance was approved. 3.5 months have passed, and this week ballots should be received by the voters. There will also be a public forum tomorrow where opinions will be aired for the voters. Is your intent to clarify or to confuse the voters? Let them know that a resolution, just like an ordinance, may be amended or rescinded by only 3 votes. I understand that this is not your intent to tamper with Measure T. However, the perception is there, and tampering with the measure is tampering with the election. I encourage you and the council to postpone this item. If not postpone, vote no. Yours in good faith. Again, that's from Billy Hewitt. The next public comment is from Bruce Donsker. Honorable Mayor John Dunbar, council members and Steve Rogers regarding agenda item 10B. With all due respect, I feel like the correct title for this resolution agenda item should not be confirming intent of Measure T, but should be confirming intent to change the intent of Measure T. Why do I say this? If the intent of Measure T was only one business, why was that not placed in Section 4 amendment as an item along with the Government Code Section 53750H that addresses items requiring a vote of the people? If the intent was only one store, why was this not addressed in the rebuttal to Measure T in the voters pamphlet when this issue was brought up months ago? If the intent was only one store, why was this not corrected at a town council meeting before the final vote was taken on this measure, when mayor and council directly asked the question of the town attorney? Could future town councils change the quantity of cannabis businesses? And the answer was yes, that future councils could change the number of businesses without a vote of the people. Even with this question asked and answered, no change was made to Measure T to correct for this. If it was not intentional, why not? Attached are portions of the audio from this meeting when the question was asked by council and answered twice by the town attorney voting on the measure, before voting on the measure. An example, again, if the intent was only one business, this information was known and could have been resolved before the vote. I would like to see the council ask the town attorney one simple question again. With or without this new resolution, if Measure T passes, is there anything preventing future town councils from increasing the number of cannabis stores without a vote of the people? I await to hear you asking this question of the town attorney and the answer. Thank you for your attention. Again, that was Bruce Donsker. This letter is submitted by Eric Knight. Dear, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am very troubled by the timing of the presentation and vote of item 9A. I encourage you to remove this resolution from Tuesday's agenda or postpone the discussion and vote until after the November 3rd, 2020 election. First, the presentation, discussion, and passage of this resolution when residents are receiving their ballots this week will confuse voters and give them the impression that the town council is changing the language of the ballot measure. Second, does this resolution change the ordinance? Does this resolution override the language in the ordinance that allows the town council to change the ordinance? It appears the purpose of the resolution is to tell the voters, never mind what the ordinance says, this is what we mean. And that, I believe, is an official act of the town council to influence the outcome of an election. The proper course would be for individual council members or the proponents of Measure T to write a letter to the editor or produce campaign literature to present their position to the voter. Third, this resolution addresses only two unclear impacts if the ballot measure passes: the current sitting council's intention to approve one cannabis business and to prohibit outdoor seating. The resolution does not provide clarity on other unclear impacts, but appears to narrowly respond to two major concerns presented by the opponents of Measure T. Finally, please consider the public perception of this council's action. Is a yes vote on this resolution signal support for Measure T? Do the proponents of Measure T and council candidates supporting Measure T use this council action in their arguments at the candidate and Measure T forum the very next day? Please remove this item from Tuesday's agenda or postpone this discussion until after November 3rd, when it will provide guidance for future council action of if Measure T passes. Respectfully, Eric Knight. The next letter is from Irene Jenny. Dear council members, I have read the proposed resolution number 20-4017 at least 4 times. And while not a Harvard or Oxford graduate, I do think I have a decent command of the English language and a recognition of actions that look and sound great, but are possible futile acts of divide and conquer. I make no effort to disguise that our family is very much against the passage of Ordinance T, a very inappropriate addition to our small bucolic town. But that is besides the point. I question the timing of the resolution and, more importantly, the vague language of the resolution. Why is this resolution any different from the actual ordinance? Are you promising us that if we vote yes on the ordinance just this one time, that you will not down the road approve more retail cannabis sales in town? In this resolution, I see the lack of any such promise. I do know that the wording of the resolution has been approved by our town attorney, but in my book, legal does not always correspond to moral values. And I do hope that members of the council have the strength of conviction that if they are going to vote no on the ordinance, to vote no on the resolution. I say the emperor has no clothes. Again, that's from Irene Jenny. The next letter is from Janet Claire Gotch. Dear Mayor and council members, Measure T is a confusing ordinance, and this resolution only furthers that confusion for the voters. Please let the voters decide on November 3rd and vote no today on this resolution coming in at the last moment. This issue can be revisited at a later date after larger jurisdictions have had time to let this complicated issue shake out. Again, that's from Janet Claire Gotch. And I believe that concludes the letters unless we've received something else in the meantime.
I do have one more that was submitted in a different form from Holly Hansen. So if I could go ahead and read that, Mayor.
Yes, that was the last name I had not checked off the list, so I was going to ask about that. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This resolution this is from Holly Hansen. This resolution seems odd. If the intent of the measure was for only one smoking lounge, why was that not an item excluded from the amendment clause in the first place? The same can be said about outdoor use. How is a resolution on intention legally enforced in the future? Does the quote intention resolution carry more legal weight than the amendment clause in the measure? This item seems to create more questions than solutions. And that's from Holly Hansen. Thank you. And that does conclude comments.
Thank you to Michelle and Samantha for reading those comments into the record. We will now go to discussion by the council on this item. Who would like to start? Shall I call on someone? Councilmember Dornbecker.
I knew you were going to do that, John. Well, I believe that this does really, it's a confusing amendment. It's, I believe it's stirred a lot of animosity and it doesn't accomplish anything. And I believe that the impression is that if we vote yes on this amendment, that it looks like an endorsement of Measure T, which it would not be. But anyway, I feel like it has muddied the waters for our residents, and I think that's a shame because it is going to be voted on. I just got my ballot in the mail, as a matter of fact, and if the measure on the ballot doesn't pass, what was the point of this? So I don't know. I'm not in favor of it. I'll tell you that.
Just to clarify, this is not an amendment. As this town attorney has stated, this in no way changes the language of the ordinance. It's already been submitted for consideration. So let's just be very clear about using the proper terminology. This is a separate resolution that's meant to clarify
clarification.
Two specific points in the ordinance that have been called into question by some residents. Councilmember Mueller.
Okay, Michelle can take down my blue hand. Generally, I always believe that clarification is a good thing. However, this resolution seems to have created more confusion to some people. So regardless of the intent that we've heard here tonight, I think that just sometimes more words are not the answer, especially since emotions are running so high on this issue. So I don't support it as well.
Okay. Councilmember Durham.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to ask a question. One of the public comments had questions about who authored the process, what was the problem, who benefits, and why clarify. it's my understanding that the town lawyer answered those questions during his presentation. Is that fair to say?
I believe so, but if Gary wants to repeat or expand on his earlier comments, but I do believe he did explain the process. Go ahead, Gary.
There's just one thing I want to add based on some of the comments. It was not my intent to interfere with anything. I suggested this as a legal way to clarify a question. That was all. And it's up to this council to decide as a policy matter whether to adopt it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, for the answers before and your additional answers now. And I want to reiterate that Gary stated at the very beginning that this whole agenda item is to clarify the ordinance. What's interesting is out of 12 comments, public comments that we have, multiple comments were made about confusion, intent, that the ordinance is flawed, it's poorly written, needs clarity, misleading, heightens confusion. And isn't that the intent of this agenda item, is to help clear that all up? That I've gotten multiple emails, and the Yountville Sun has gotten multiple letters discussing that this Measure T ordinance is ambiguous and confusing. In the Yountville Sun on September 17th, there was a half-page ad saying, you don't need to read the ordinance, we'll tell you how to read it. And the last thing it says in that ad is it's ambiguous and confusing. So it appears to me that the intent of this agenda item is to help assist with that clarification and that confusion. We, the town council, voted 5-0 to allow the voters to make this decision, not us. We then put together the voting question, and we put together the ordinance, and we put that all out there. Is this not just an opportunity to educate on that ordinance that was written by this town council? I got to come back to the fact that in the last 2 months, all we've heard about is how ambiguous and confusing this ordinance is. And therefore, the town lawyer is saying, here's the clarification. He's not saying it's right. He's not saying it's wrong. And he's definitely not telling you how to vote, nor am I, nor is anybody on this council. So what's confusing to me is that this educational opportunity is viewed as a large portion of our community as trying to sway the vote, when in fact, once again, Gary, who wrote the impartial analysis for this ordinance, is simply clarifying it because of all the confusion that has been laid out in the Yountville Sun, in nextdoor.com, nextdooryountville.com, in the letters to the Sun. And so the timing, we, the town council, all of us on this council, received an email on September 17th saying that this was going to be on the agenda. I've talked to community members about this because they were confused and they needed clarification. And I knew it was going to be on the agenda, and I suggested they watch it to get a more education to make their own decision on voting yes or no on Measure T. Because all this agenda item is a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. This resolution expresses exactly my intent if Measure T passes. If Measure T passes, I want not necessarily just one, I want that we may approve up to only one. If Measure T passes, I do not want a smoking lounge. So yes, this resolution expresses my intent. And I really, really wish that I could just stop there and try to analyze this and think about it. But I just can't. I have to consider the timing. I have to consider what, if anything, is in this resolution in the way of factual information rather than talking about our intent, in the way of educational information. And I just think we're pretty short on that piece of it. It's a fact that there have been questions about Measure T. And it is a fact that there are questions about this resolution that we're looking at tonight. I think that the questions about this resolution in some significant number of our voters actually rise to the level of confusion. It was not our intent to create confusion, but I think this ordinance, the way it's written and presented, does that. I mean, people are asking, what does this do? Does it amend Measure T? Does it change Measure T? Do I need to wait to vote? What I don't get what you guys are trying to do. And you've heard the bottom line today. This doesn't change anything about Measure T. It can still be amended by a vote of the council. This resolution can be amended by a vote of the council. It can be rescinded by a vote of the council. So those are kind of some of the facts and confusion. And then it comes to my information piece that I also want to consider. What information and education are we giving? I think we could do a lot better job of it in this ordinance. I think we could talk about, I think the questions that I have heard from people are, yes, I've heard people say, what do you intend to do? And this addresses that. But I've also said, what does Measure T allow? Does it allow this? Does it allow that? That's different from intent. And we have not addressed, we haven't answered any of those questions. So I think we're short in that department of really, if we're trying to answer questions, I think we've kind of cherry picked the questions, and there might be room to do something like this, but more robust. The timing, I mean, the timing is really unfortunate. It can't be anything other than it is, because these questions came through when they came through. Our meetings have been truncated due to COVID. Not excuses, explanations only, but it made it some pretty bad timing for this. And I understand that. So you all know me. I started going on the internet. I looked for situations similar to ours. What could I find where there was ballots were in people's hands? It was a hotly contested issue in a municipality or town. And a council felt the need to at least talk about a clarifying resolution. I didn't find anything that is like our situation. But I did find a lot of articles that say, when you get into a gray area of, are you educating or are you advocating? And I don't necessarily have that question, but a lot of our residents have that question. So when you get into this gray area, you look at the tone, the tenor, and the timing of the proposed act. I think the tone and tenor is fine. I really do. My problem with it is we don't have enough meat on the bone to talk about really what are the answers to the real questions. And I think the timing is unfortunate. Whether we can fix it by tonight, putting our heads together and trying to make this more robust and put some more facts in here, if we have the appetite to talk about that, fine. Because as I say, it expresses my intent. But unless we can make it, in my view, much more educational and informational about factual questions to complement the intent piece, then I would have to say I am not in favor of this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'll just share a few comments about this as well. When I first heard from our town attorney and town manager about this idea, I thought it was unnecessary because there had not been the extensive messaging that created the confusion that people seem to be referring to in the public comments. I felt like the ordinance that was written over a 3.5-year period. I will remind everyone that research was done, other jurisdictions were evaluated, multiple public comment or public meetings of the council, of the ad hoc committee, and our town attorney crafted an ordinance that addressed all of the issues brought up by the council that were also brought up by the public. We made many comments as a council, unanimously, all 5 of us, that we would not consider more than one business. We also said that we would not be supportive of a smoking lounge, that we would only be willing to consider a business that we all felt was appropriate for our community. We found other examples of apothecaries and other types of retail that we thought might be appropriate here. And over the last several weeks, there has been messaging that has distorted and clouded the intent this council made unanimously over several months, not even going all the way back to 3.5 years where this originally started, but over the last several months. So the timing involved here is to provide a reinforcement of the intent that is, in my opinion, explicitly stated in the ordinance. The language says no more than one. And the language says changes can be made. And as I asked the attorney earlier, that language is always in our ordinances. And even a member of this council asked specifically for language that allows us to modify the ordinance in the future. And that's all in the public record. And the intent, the clear intent, was very forthcoming by the council. Now, I understand that language that I believe is not only transparent, but clear. It shows the willingness of the council to consider only something that's appropriate for our community. And also, in terms of transparency and open-mindedness, this council could have adopted this ordinance on its own, potentially, without a vote of the people. And we unanimously agreed that we wanted to hear from the entire community on this. And so I still fail to see the ambiguity, not only in the ordinance, but in this resolution. This resolution is to restate the council's intention that no more than one business would be considered, and that there would not be any outdoor smoking or vaping of any kind, regardless of the type of business. Now, again, I said it before, I find it interesting that we have businesses in town that allow outdoor smoking on their property, that we have residents that have outdoor smoking at home. And all of a sudden, this one particular circumstance is seen and treated differently. So we left flexibility in place, not only in the ordinance, but in our intentions, because we wanted to wait and see how our community felt about this item. And if it does pass, there's nothing automatic that goes into effect. Council still has to evaluate going forward. And again, the clarity in this resolution was intended to do nothing else but restate 2 of the key points that have been brought into question by some folks that oppose this ordinance. And the intention was to benefit our residents, to restate and clarify And so I fail to see how this confuses and makes it harder to understand the council's intention. I take offense to the comments about, and I get the way it's worded, when you say, gee, we hope this isn't about tampering with the ordinance. I take offense to that insinuation. We have all responded, even though we don't agree on this item. You've heard it from our council members. We never challenge the integrity of each other. And so I want to just make that very clear. I heard that statement, and I know I have committed, as my colleagues, we have taken an oath to represent this community and to do it truthfully and honestly. And we are continuing to do that. I am continuing to do that. I will always do that as an elected official for the town of Yountville. I have done it for 14 years, 16 years actually. And so that's never going to change. I just wanted to, one final comment, as Gary has said twice now, this does not impact the ordinance. The ordinance has been turned into the elections office. It's on the ballot. Some of you, Councilmember Dornbecker apparently already got to the mailbox and has it in her hand. So it can't, it would be inappropriate, illegal for us to try to change the language in the ordinance. This was purely intended to help clarify for anyone that doubted, for whatever reason, that the language in the ordinance wasn't explicit enough. And so, you know, if this resolution doesn't pass today, the language of the ordinance stays as written and voters will decide. But again, the timing, this has been planned for council consideration for several weeks. How were we to know that the chamber forum would be changed because of a wildfire? I think it's ludicrous to insinuate that there is something nefarious about our putting it on the agenda item tonight with the forum tomorrow. We had no knowledge of that. So I think truth and honesty and clarity and respect go both ways. So with that, is there a motion to adopt this resolution as presented tonight? Councilmember Durham?
Yeah, sorry, hold on. I make a motion we consider adoption of resolution number 20-4017, expressing intent to permit only one cannabis retail business and to not allow outdoor smoking or vaporizing of cannabis or cannabis products if Measure T is adopted by voters at the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election.
Is there a second? I will second that motion. So with that, is there, let's see, we'll have a roll call vote, please, Michelle.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Durham,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar,
Yes.
Councilmember Moeller,
No.
Councilmember Dornbecker,
No,
Vice Mayor Dorman.
No.
Okay, so the
Thank you.
resolution as presented tonight fails 3-2. For clarity, it says no bearing on the ordinance. That is Measure T.
Right.
Can't be any more explicit than that. This was an attempt to clarify that, but this in no way changes the ordinance, the language of the ordinance, or the status of the ordinance. So with that, thank you. Thank you all for the discussion. We're going to move on now to our next item, 10C, which is a budget adjustment. Consider adopting resolution number 20-4018, approving a budget adjustment to purchase lock systems for the town of Yountville Parks restrooms in the amount of $10,000. I'm assuming that's a not to exceed $10,000, but as it's listed here, it says in the amount of $10,000. And I'm not sure if, I know that our town manager was, oh, he's relocated. There he is. So you're all hiding in the back room, socially distanced. Thank you. So are you ready to go? Okay, floor is yours.
Chair, members of the council, tonight we have for your consideration a resolution to approve a budget adjustment to purchase some lock systems for the town of Yountville Parks restrooms in an amount not to exceed $10,000. There are 3 parks in the town of Yountville with restrooms. Yountville Community Park has currently 3 restrooms. Vineyard Park has 1 restroom. Veteran Memorial Park has 2 restrooms. There is also an additional restroom at Town Hall in the front parking lot area. These restrooms are all currently open 24/7. Although the parks by municipal code are closed from from sunset to sunrise. They're closed for public use. However, the restrooms are open for those who may need them, be it a driver, a walker, a runner, a cyclist, and they benefit from those open restrooms if needed. In discussions with other agencies in the nearby area, it's a kind of a mixed bag for open versus closed. St. Helena has most of theirs open, with the one exception being the downtown restroom, and they give a code for that restroom to the NVTA drivers for use when the restrooms are not open. Napa closes their restrooms and has an elaborate locking system. They have done that for years. Even before the locking system, they had an attendant that would open and close them at sunrise and sunset. The staff concern with closing the restrooms is that those who need the restroom will find a way to relieve themselves with or without the facilities. In both my experience and the public operations manager, who've worked at other agencies, restroom closures have led to vandalism, cleanup of human waste, and reports to law enforcement for those kinds of. In the case of other agencies, most of the closures in towns were driven by the need to reduce the access to facilities by the homeless or other similar uses. It should be noted that neither the town staff nor our local sheriff have had many, if any, issues with restrooms after hours use. We have been performing some informal surveys after dark with around 6 to 8 vehicles max in the park area. Most of those are at the far north end up against the cemetery fence or on the western edge in the gravel. There have been comments or questions about automatic locks that were in place in the past in our restrooms about a decade ago and why they were removed. It seemed that the locks had some issues with reliability, which ended up in some staff and patrons being locked inside after the locks failed. It also seemed to be a concern with local agencies, as I discussed it with them, with at least one commenting they had a similar experience with the lock failure. We're reasonably sure that given the newer technology and the evolution of the technology, that should no longer be an issue. The locks that we've been researching are around $1,000 each or a little bit less. 4 restrooms and the sports court at Vineyard Park would add up to 6 locks. Additionally, we would like to install a lock here at the town hall restroom and install the 2 locks down at Veterans Memorial Park, which would make for the 6 locks. That price would be below $10,000 with staff installing those locks. The current policy allows for the restrooms to be open without restriction. The majority of the restrooms at nearby or other local agencies lock their restrooms to lessen the homeless and vandalism and other crimes in and around the restrooms. The locks for the sports court at Vineyard Park would allow for similar controls. Staff would recommend that they install that to limit both early and late play. There have been some reports of people playing before the 8 o'clock open hour. That park is open from 8 a.m. to sunset. But there have been reports that people are playing on those pickleball courts a little bit early and much earlier than 8 a.m., especially in the summertime. We have taken this item to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee on September 17th. They unanimously supported placing the locks on the restrooms in the parks. That would be the 2 at Yountville Community Park and the 1 at Vineyard Park, and leaving the restroom at Veterans Park open for use around the clock. Comments from the public were generally supportive. Staff suggests approving the resolution for the budget adjustment to purchase and install the locks and the hours, as the restricted hours as well. This would include the restroom at Town Hall and the sports court at Vineyard Park. With that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you, Joe. Are there questions of Joe's staff report? Councilmember Durham.
Yeah, I watched the PURAC meeting that this was an agenda item on as well. Can you tell me, because it's alluded to in the staff report, what level of concern is this? What level of response are we responding to?
Can you clarify that question a little bit, Councilmember Durham?
Yeah. How many complaints have you gotten for locks on the bathrooms at the parks?
Well, I mean, it generally comes from the same 1 or 2 people who live around the park, and it's hard for me to put myself in their shoes. I said in my informal surveys over the past 2 months, like probably 4 times a week, I've noticed about somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 to 8 cars, never more than 8, mostly up in the north end of the parking lot. Because of our employee parking plan that we have with some of the businesses in the north end of town, and also on the west side in the gravel area. Almost no cars or few are on the east side near the restrooms on the lower end. I haven't had any complaints. I think we had one issue when I first got here with some law enforcement issue where the police actually were parked at the north end of the park and saw somebody down near the lower restrooms, and it wasn't a restroom related issue, but the lights at the restroom helped the police identify that something was going on. That was the only issue that I'm aware of, Councilmember Durham, with a complaint specific to that park and the restrooms.
Thank you.
If I could, I would just add, it is not an uncommon practice in this day and age that restroom hours are put in place. We've been very fortunate in Yountville, and the Public Works Director was mentioning it's been well over a decade because the locks on the restrooms have not been locked in the whole time that I have been here. So is this a standard industry practice in the Parks and Rec business? In most cases, yes. But has it been an issue in Yountville? And I think the question is, this came through citizen request, and it went through the appropriate screening and vetting by the Park and Rec Advisory Commission, and has now come to you as a recommendation. So that's where it's coming from. It is not a staff derived. It is the response from the citizens using the process that we have in place.
Other questions of the staff report? Okay. I see 5 names, people that have sent in public comments on this item. Michelle, are you ready for that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First item is from Holly Hansen, and it says, it sounds like a win-win approach to the unlocked restroom issue. I support this. The next public comment is from Michael Bork. I was so pleased to hear that the Parks and Recreation Commission supports placing automatic locks on the restrooms at Yountville Community Park, and to direct those who need a restroom late at night to an open restroom at Veterans Park. This provides needed relief from late night noise to the neighbors of Community Park, and given the lack of nearby homes, creates no issue at Veterans Park. While considering this budget item, I also encourage the council to direct that the streetlights adjacent to Community Park on Lincoln Avenue be dimmed so they lessen the impact on residents across from the park. The council's recent approval and quick action to mitigate noise at the pickleball court should be considered a positive precedent, and I ask the council to move forward with their approval. Thank you for your consideration. Next public comment is from Doylene Marchbanks. To Mayor and Council, I fully agree with placing automatic locks on the restrooms at Yountville Community Park and to leave the restrooms at the Veterans Park open. I also would like an adjustment to the evening lighting situation at Yountville Community Park to accommodate the neighbors. Next public comment is from Pam Reeves. Mayor and council members, I would like to express my support for the recommendation by the Parks and Recreation Commission to purchase the community park, Vineyard Park, and Town Hall neighbors deserve to be protected from noise and activity after hours because of these facilities in the neighborhoods. Though the impetus for the other locations comes from the community park situation, I agree that all residents need the assurance that their lives will not be adversely impacted by activity generated by town facilities. Just as residents near the pickleball courts were due mitigations from the noise and interruption caused by pickleball, the neighbors near the restroom facilities deserve to feel heard when they say that 24-hour restroom activity negatively affects their lives. While the remaining restroom at Veterans Park left open 24 hours, people who need restroom facilities after hours will be accommodated. These restrooms are located curbside along Washington Street and do not face residences. It makes the most sense to provide restrooms at Veterans Park for those looking after hours for restrooms in our community. Thank you for addressing and mitigating this neighborhood issue. And final public comment is from Marjean Marciniak. Please vote to allocate funds for installation of locks on our town park restrooms as recommended by the Parks and Rec Commission. This issue has been a long-term concern of citizens that live near our community park. I listened to the discussion that took place during the Parks and Rec meetings that discussed this issue and the issue regarding the noise suppression from the pickleball courts. When the issue of funding was brought up regarding the nearly $30,000 estimated to mitigate the sound of the pickleball, I remember Steve Rogers saying something like, "Oh, we have money for things like this," that's in quotes, and the acoustic fence was installed shortly thereafter. Please swiftly find funds to purchase not only locks for our park restrooms as recommended, but a solution for the lighting issue that has long plagued Parkside residents as well. And that concludes public comments. And I don't see, let's see, I don't think I see any more. Pardon me.
Well, while you're looking, Michelle,
I don't have any additional, thank you.
thank you. And to clarify, we're not talking about lighting in parks tonight. This is specifically about potential funding of automatic locks, the restrooms in the parks. So we'll be clear on that point. Comments from, we've heard public comment, so discussion by the council. Councilmember Mueller.
Okay, first I just need to disclose that I actually have a bathroom app on my phone. And the one I have says the only bathrooms in the library. So anyway, I support this. It's too bad we've got to do that. I kind of know where all the bathrooms are in town, but if this is going to help mitigate some noise with the neighbors, I'm fine.
Councilmember Dornbecker.
Yes, I completely support this and agree. And I think that it's great that the one at Veterans Park will be available in case someone should need it. But the ones that, are in neighborhoods, I'm happy to have them locked up. That's a good thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Durham.
Thank you. I get concerned when we spend 30,000 somewhere and it's used against us in order to make something happen somewhere else. And I also get concerned as we continue to talk about a subsidy plan for no gas blowers and what we're going to continue to do in this fiscal cycle. I get concerned as we have meetings coming up and what 10,000, 25,000, 30,000 item is going to come up that that needs attention. So, I read the staff report. I saw what was going on in the community, and I'm still a little confused as to why 10,000 needs to be spent on all this. So those are my concerns.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I support this. I'm very sensitive, as everyone else is, to if you spend 10 and 30 and 20 and this and that, then soon you've spent 100. And I think that is why we need to look at all of these on a case-by-case basis. We have some advice from our PRAC on this, and I feel it is $10,000 that should be spent here and now. So thank you.
And I begrudgingly will support this. I feel like there is a continued ongoing complaint about the use of a public park by members of the public that just don't happen to always live across the street from a public park. I support it from a safety perspective because I do think that some people will be deterred from behaving badly, but I also am concerned that how some member of the public is going to understand when they're at the north end of town that they have to drive to the south end of town to find an open restroom in the later hours of the night. Our parks are absolutely open to the public to use appropriately in the hours that we allow them to be open. Like I said, I will support spending the money on these locks because I do think just in many communities these days, any facility that allows unmonitored activity has some level of risk. It's unfortunate that our society has gone this direction. We're seeing in some parts of the country and parts of the world transparent restrooms that fog when people go in so that there can't be bad behavior. That's not anything near what we're talking about here. This is more of a convenience, I think a small nuisance. But just by the fact that we're hearing some of the same residents talk about the lighting means that it's not necessarily just about the locks. But I will still support this. But we really do need to evaluate the appropriateness of the incremental spending. Yes, we have made decisions to support other activities in town. I think the continued comparison to the pickleball facility is, I don't find a nexus there. I think it's totally different use of funds for a highly popular recreational activity for residents as well as guests of our community. And granted, the public is using these restrooms. They are public restrooms after all. And so that's why I'm willing to support it. I also respect the Park and Rec Advisory Committee's recommendation to support this. So it will have my support, but I agree with Councilmember Durham that we have to be cautious about the incremental spending, especially in budget cycle. I know people like to say we have plenty of money. We happen to have spent a decade saving the millions of dollars that we have now had to spend in the COVID response and economic recovery. And we have now had wildfires layered on top of it. So we don't know how financially healthy we are going to be in 2021. So I think we just need to have a level of caution and not overreact to certain circumstances. With that, I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Dornbecker.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 20-4018, approving a budget adjustment to purchase lock systems for the town of Yountville Park restrooms in the amount of $10,000.
And I would ask again, Joe, correct me, up to 10,000? Would that be appropriate language, or do you need the $10,000 number?
That's however you choose to do it, Mayor. It's not going to exceed $10,000. It's probably going to be really much below that.
So I would just offer Councilmember Dornbecker, you would make that in your motion to up to 10,000.
Up to 10,000.
Thank you. Is there a second to that?
I will second as amended.
She hadn't even finished making the motion yet, so.
Sorry. It's going to be a good one. I know it.
All right. Councilmember Dornbecker moved, seconded by Vice Mayor Dorman, to approve the resolution. Voice vote, please. Michelle?
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dorman,
Yes.
Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Councilmember Durham,
Yeah.
pardon me,
Yes.
Oh,
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. That does pass. Thank you. Let's move quickly ahead to our next item, Regional Housing Needs Allocation. Update on the Housing Methodology Committee's recommendation to the ABAG Executive Board on the allocation methodology for dividing up the Bay Area's regional housing need determination among the region's jurisdictions for the 2023-2031 RHNA cycle. We'll start with the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item provides an update on what is expected to be the town's Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, for the next housing cycle, which runs from 2023 to 2031. And the goal of this process is to provide housing opportunity for residents of all income levels, and that includes options for those who work in the community so that they can live in it. And this draft RHNA is the result of 12 meetings of the Housing Methodology Committee, and that committee is comprised of local jurisdiction elected officials and staff, regional stakeholders, and one state partner. And the draft allocation represents the committee's recommendation to the ABAG Executive Board, which, if adopted, would result in the town's RHNA being a total of 70 units, of which 20 would be very low income units, 10 very low income units, 10 moderate income units, and 30 above moderate income. And this is significantly more than the current allocation of 17 total units for the current cycle of 2015 to 2023. 70 units over an 8-year cycle may be very difficult to achieve, and there are potential consequences to the town. So I'd like to share information on the current numbers to provide some perspective. So we are 5 years into the current 8-year cycle, and the town has achieved 28 units, which is more than the base requirement of 17, but we're still struggling to fill the very low and low income categories. Of the 8 above moderate units that were allocated to the town, we've actually achieved 14. But that's due in large part to the Stags View Lane development, which was a 16-unit subdivision. And some of those units were counted during this cycle, although not all of them, and that's based on when the building permit issued, which is the trigger. Of the 3 moderate income units, we've received 12, and those can be counted for the ADUs and the mixed use apartments that are at commercial properties. The 2 low income units, we achieved 1 as part of that Stags View Lane development. And of the 4 very low, we achieved another 1 as part of the Stags View Lane development. And these numbers are significant because we obtained both affordable units and many of the above moderate units as part of that 16-unit development. The town hasn't seen a development of this size since 2015, and we're really not sure when one will be on the horizon. What we really see are the development of individual lots or a lot split at best. What's more is that we did not report any new units for 2019, even though there was 1 approved entitlement, and that's because we hope to count that one in the future. And there were 5 completed dwellings, but we counted them in a previous year. And that's because there were no building permits issued in 2019. And as I said, that's the trigger. In 2020 so far, I'm estimating 1 ADU. And I don't think the entitlement from 2019 will come to pass. That was a lot split with 1 new unit because the property recently sold and the buyer has expressed an intent not to record the parcel map. So based on the above, the state has determined that Yountville has made insufficient progress toward our current RHNA numbers. And that's because of those 3 very low and the 1 low income unit. They remain as part of this housing cycle. And this is really known as SB 35. And there are 213 jurisdictions in this category, including American Canyon, the city of Napa, and the county of Napa. What it means is if the town receives an application for a project that includes 50% or more affordable units, that is approved ministerially, and that's at staff level, in a streamlined process, and it's evaluated by objective standards. And those objective standards are being developed as part of our zoning and design ordinance update. This really represents quite a departure from the town's current practice of applying subjective standards and holding a discretionary review process for all housing except for ADUs. In the next cycle, if we don't make progress toward the 30 above moderate units, the town will be moved up on this list that I spoke of, the SB 35. And that would mean that a project that includes 10% or more affordable units would be subject to this streamlined ministerial approval. And just informationally, there are 298 jurisdictions on that list, the 10% list, and only 28 jurisdictions are not subject to any kind of permit streamlining. So some of the town's options moving forward to meet its housing obligation under RHNA include development of the parcel zoned mixed residential at the Catholic Church, housing at the Yountville Elementary site if we can work with the school district, and workforce and employee housing at the Veterans Home. And while these three sites are the ones most likely to satisfy the RHNA numbers, those high numbers, they're also the ones, with the probable exception of the Veterans Home, that would be subject to the ministerial approval if there's a qualifying affordable component to the project. Outside of these three options, we're really looking at single parcel development here in town, and it's going to make achieving that number of 70 pretty difficult. So I wanted to share with you what the expected RHNA numbers will be and what some of the challenges are for Yountville as we look to fill those units over the next housing cycle. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Questions specifically of Sandra on this? This is an informational item, so there won't be any action. Councilmember Mueller.
Just real quick. So when you're talking about the ministerial action, that only applies to the housing. So for example, if somebody built an apartment above a new wine tasting room that they were going to propose, the business does not fall into that ministerial action, just the housing unit. Is that correct?
No, I understand that the whole project.
Okay.
But I would turn to the town attorney. But let me share that as part of our zoning and design ordinance update, we have defined a mixed-use project to limit the amount of dwelling units that can be included so that it is not triggered as part of that. So we have to find a way to not count commercial properties.
So, and what is that number?
Sorry, let's get confirmation or clarity from Gary on that item, please.
Yes, so it does apply to mixed use, but as Sandra mentioned, the definition of that under the municipal code is such that it will not apply here in Yountville for mixed use.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Mueller.
Okay, so I think that just answered my question then. All right, I got it. Thanks.
Other questions from council? Vice Mayor is frantically writing, but I'm sure she has a question. No, really.
Well, as Sandra was pointing out, this is an informational item, and the Vice Mayor and Mayor it will be on a housing ad hoc committee meeting in the near future as we further discuss some of those things that are on our agenda.
And I'll just point out, and Sandra, thank you very much for the details, even though they're a little bit challenging to hear. People need to understand, we've been talking about the pressure coming from Sacramento on all jurisdictions about increasing housing. And we have been fortunate that we haven't had significant kind of consequences with that pressure yet. Narrowly avoided this last year, 2019, about having significant new pressure to build more density, which means single family residences could be turned into duplexes, fourplexes, depending on the size of the properties. We're talking about losing our ability to restrict building height. We love our 30-foot to 35-foot limit and the views that allows, but the state is getting very, very close to saying they don't care, and all communities need to provide more housing. ADU development, it has helped a little bit, but as Sandra also pointed out, we have to do a better job, as all jurisdictions do, with the below market and the very low affordable units. And so we have to be very aware of that as we move forward before it gets more punitive to us and we lose our local control of this. We should be taking this very seriously. So with that, Sandra, thank you very much. Yes, we will be working as the Housing Ad Hoc Committee on this in the very near future. Councilmember Dornbecker.
I'm sorry, it's just an informational question for Sandra. Sandra, how many ADUs have been applied to build and how many have been built in town?
I'm only estimating, but I think it's around 6 to 8 over the last few years.
I see. Thank you.
We have tried to motivate homeowners to deed restrict those ADUs. I don't know that we've had any success in that.
We have not. All of them are market rate.
Yeah, so that's also a challenge. While the units are increasing, the affordable units have not. And so we're going to continue to try to be creative with incentive programs to make that happen. That's another way that we're going to try to satisfy this number. And the last thing I'll say, the 6th cycle of RHNA that Sandra alluded to, I've mentioned this before, other jurisdictions have seen multiple 100% increases in their housing requirements. If they don't comply, they lose their housing element. When that happens, they lose state funding. And so there are some communities, frankly, while 70 is a daunting number for Yountville, it could have been worse. And in some jurisdictions, they're seeing significantly higher percentages of increase in their requirements. Thank you, Sandra. We're going to move ahead now. We've already continued item 11A from this staff informational report section. We'll go to item 11B. We always make Celia wait until late into the evening to share her message. So let's get right to staff informational report regarding findings from the January 2020 other post-employment benefits known as OPEB actuarial valuation report. Celia.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's fortunately not too late tonight, so that's nice. Happy to briefly bring you some good news regarding our most recent OPEB or other post-employment benefits actuarial valuation. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board requires that the town report the amount of our net OPEB liability in our annual comprehensive annual financial report. So we worked with McLeod & Watts actuaries to calculate this valuation. They also conducted our previous valuation, and you can see in the report that was included with the staff report some comparison information, which is pretty interesting. For example, the OPEB plan funded status is 88% as of June 30, 2020, which is up from about 78%, which was reported June 30, 2019. So that's a nice jump, and 88% funded is something that we can be very proud of. More good news is that our net OPEB liability amount dropped about 48% from 1.2 million in June of 2019 to 640,000 in June of 2020. This has been continuously declining as we continue, since we began reporting in 2018, and we continue to make contributions to the OPEB Section 115 trust. And one last highlight is the reduction of the recommended contribution to the trust for fiscal year 2021 and 21-22, as seen on page 2 of the valuation report. These amounts are approximately 50% less than the 14.5% of estimated salaries that the town was contributing in previous fiscal years, which will be a positive impact on the general fund going forward. It's important to know that this valuation was completed with the assumption that the town would continue with 100% of the actuarially determined contribution, but as we all know, the contribution for fiscal year 2021 is suspended until we can further evaluate COVID-related revenue loss in this current fiscal year. So to wrap up, all the good news in this report is the result of prudent council decisions when it came to initially establishing the OPEB trust back in June of 2011, and then consistently adding to the trust each fiscal year to really get a firm handle on this long-term liability. So this will definitely contribute to the town's financial stability in the future. Are there any questions I can try and answer for you?
Thank you, Celia. We need to move you to the front of the meetings with all the positive news you're going to share with us. We're not going to hold it till this 4 hours in anymore. Yes,
well,
Councilmember.
Let's hope it continues to be positive.
Well, that's the pressure. It's all on you now. Councilmember Durham.
Well, her last item was pulled. Let's wait till we get that next.
Good point.
But can you just give me a rough estimate for everybody who's watching us? We're 88% funded for the OPEB. What is California standard? What's California average? Excuse me, not standard.
I'm not quite sure what the average is. I think that the goal for most entities is to be around between 50 and 70% funded. Obviously, we are much higher than that, and not very many agencies can boast that high of a funded status. So a lot of agencies struggle with this liability, and it speaks to council's commitment to funding this, that we can say we are at 88% at this point.
Thank you very much. It was a leading question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Mayor?
Oh, actually, I don't have a question. I have a comment if this is the time.
Yes.
I would, as a somewhat a newcomer to council, I would like to thank those of you who have been on the council for some time and our staff of both new and old, seasoned.
That's better.
This really has put us in a great place. I mean, to be able to defer $242,000 and still have a significant savings next year on this, I just really appreciate what you've done. So thank you.
And the way that we've invested and how we've invested it over the years, we've actually become more aggressive, and it has worked out. So that has also been very important to get to these numbers.
And just to add to Councilmember Moeller's comment, I would like to add that the statement for the trust as of August 31st was at 4.99 million. So I anticipate that the September statement, we will break 5 million, which is really great.
And the point there is that we no longer have to follow somebody else's financial advice. We have an option to control it ourselves when we hit 5 million. So.
Very good. We will take any good, positive financial news right now. We will take it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Celia. We're going to move ahead to council meeting reports, comments.
Just one thing, Mayor, I wanted to say that we did actually schedule this intentionally so you would end the meeting on a good note.
Well, then we shouldn't have council comments now. Of course, I kid. Napa Valley Flood Control, very brief meeting, no information relevant to Yountville. Nap Valley Transportation Authority, Vice Mayor, do you have a brief report out on this?
I do, and I have a brief one on August and September both. Between the 2 months, we completed the funding package for the Imola Park and Ride improvements. We approved the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration for the Vine Trail segment between St. Helena and Calistoga, which will be a Class 1 bike trail 8 to 10 feet wide. Very nice. We endorsed and will implement the Bay Area Healthy Transit Plan, which pertains to our COVID precautions and protocols. We approved the Imola Complete Streets Improvement Plan. And we also had an update on one of our regular updates on the Vine Transit performance. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Upper Valley Waste Management.
Upper Valley Waste Management, we've been very, very busy, and we've primarily been busy. We are getting ready we have a meeting October 17th to bring forward to the JPA a new contract with UVDS as well as Clover Flat. So we hope, and again, our town attorney has two hats. He's also the attorney for the Upper Valley Waste Management. And just an update on Sunday night when the fire started early Sunday morning. Sunday night, there were a lot of winds. Fire blew through Clover Flat. You know, Clover Flat is really just a big plastic tarp and dirt over it. But there was some equipment that burned up. Also, our methane trap burned up, but a lot of power lines were down. So Clover Flat currently is closed to the public. They are working very quickly to take care of that situation. We hope it will be open definitely to UVDS, taking the garbage up there this week and perhaps to the public the week after that, because there will be a lot of fire debris that will need to go up there. So what's happening now is that all of our garbage is going down. UVDS picks it up and they take it down to the Devlin Road facility. That distance is a lot farther, so it takes them a lot more time. That facility is also very full. That also takes them a lot more time, but so far they've been able to not change our pickup here in Yountville, so that's been really good. So on to LAFCO.
Actually, before you leave, just wanted to mention November 7th, Town Cleanup Day.
Yes, we've said that.
Yeah, there will not be a yard sale day, but there will be Cleanup Day on November 7th. And please check, should have received in your utility bill, the details about what is and what is not permitted. And if you need to call ahead for large equipment or large material.
And right now that's still a go. And what we're asking the community to do is, instead of having the garage sale, is to donate your usable items. And, you know, just so everybody knows, typically I put out whatever I put out, even though I didn't think it was usable, somehow people know and come by and pick it up. So it's kind of an interesting system we have here. So I'm glad we were able to, we tried to move it to October, but it's harvest season. And as it turned out, it was also fire season. So anyway, that's why it's in November.
One last thought about that. Please don't put your debris out tomorrow.
Yes.
You know, there are, you know, we see it in our neighborhoods. There are individuals that decide the sidewalk in front of their house is where they can just put things out and expect it to disappear. And 2 weeks later, it hasn't disappeared. So please respect the fact that it's not supposed to go out until either late on the 6th or early on the 7th. Thank you.
And just one more item on that UVDS, which is right behind Whitehall Lane Winery. That was also closed during the fires. It is now reopened. So really a lot of kudos to UVDS and Clover Flat, because they've really kept our trash moving during some very, very challenging events last week. So I really want to thank them for everything that they've done. Ready for LAFCO now, quickly?
Yes.
Okay, LAFCO, we've, for over 2 years, we've been working on a municipal service review that captures all county-wide water as well as wastewater. We had a meeting yesterday, and we made a decision that we still needed to update with a few corrections and some information. We also agreed to form a 2x2, which I'm also on as well. I'm on both of them actually. And we're going to meet with American Canyon over what we hope is a minor issue. So we've called a special meeting for November 2nd. And at that meeting, we hope that we will approve the final draft of our MSR. It's over 600 pages, and we've had so much positive input from lots of people about this document. So it's the first time it's really been done, and provides a lot of new information. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Do we have a Watershed Information and Conservation Council report?
No, the Watershed Information and Conservation Council has not met. They have been transferred within the county to, I believe, the planning department, and there's a new meeting schedule which will take place. So we have not met most of this year since March. And tomorrow is the opening of the League of California Cities annual meeting, and the North Bay Division will have a Zoom meeting at 11:30 tomorrow morning to welcome everyone and get everyone on board to there are going to be a lot of interesting speakers and breakout sessions from Wednesday through Friday. So I hope you'll join us, and certainly the president of the league and I, the president of the North Bay Division, will be saying thank you and goodbye, even though it was such a difficult year and we never did get to even enjoy it in person. I didn't anyway. Anyway, that's tomorrow at 11:30. You can tune into the Zoom.
Thank you. I was going to comment on the league annual conference, but I want to highlight that tomorrow afternoon, starting, I think it's 1:15, Steve Rogers is going to be installed as the new president of the city manager's department of the league. Congratulations, Steve. The plan originally was that he and I would be president at the same time, but mine moved up a year when there was a resignation of the first vice president just before the term started last year. He took a job in the Department of Transportation in Washington. But yes, extensive seminars, speakers, opportunities for networking with other elected officials and staff throughout California over the next 3 days. So that followed a 4.5-hour board of directors meeting this morning of the league. And so my day tomorrow starts at 8:30 and ends, I think, at 8:30 each of the next two days anyway. So that'll be fun. That's the way they get you to leave your term. They wear you out at the very end, apparently. Do we have any necessary council ad hoc or standing committee reports? Seeing none. That does take care of our open session business. We do have one item listed on the closed session.
Hey, can I mention one thing, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Tomorrow, starting at 4 o'clock, you can tune in on Facebook Live or YouTube, and there will be a debate of all 4 council candidates for the Elmfield Town Council, followed by another debate on Measure T.
Yes, that is sponsored by the Elmfield Chamber of Commerce. It'll also be on Channel 28.
Correct.
Okay. So, Gary, do we anticipate any reportable action out of this closed session?
We don't. In the event that there is, though, I will report it out after.
Thank you. So for those of you who don't want to wait, It's unlikely, but possible. But we will be going into closed session now on the item listed, initiation of litigation under this government code section with one potential case. So with that, thank you everyone for tonight, and we will go into closed session now.
You're off mute, Steve. Good luck.
All right, thank you.